Good morning, everyone. How are you? Yes, it's Australia Day again for another year. And g'day, Tracy. What is it? Iconic lamb ad. Okay. Do you realise the copyright stuff? I could actually get in trouble by doing that. There's always a risk with that sort of stuff. Okay, let me open up my other screen. Give me a sec. Bear with me. We'll see how far we can get away with it without YouTube throwing up a stink. Because it is another YouTube video. So and that could be a problem, my dear. Could be a problem. So let's see how we're going to play it. We'll do it a bit differently. So hopefully it won't upset the sensors. Roberto? Still haven't got the damn thing coming up. Give me a sec. You may not be getting enough energy, and you may not be getting enough protein. So that usually is the case. So if you're under eating protein and you're eating too much fat, we tend to say a 1-to-1 ratio. Sometimes people, because of years and years of inappropriate diets and all that, they may have not good circulation and stuff like that. I do recommend people look at things like taurine and citrulline to sort of help with the vasodilation and improving circulation, because it can take up to a decade to improve circulation once you come onto a carnivore diet, especially if you've had a lot of circulation issues for a long time and just ignored them. So, and hello to you, Ben. How are you, mate? Yeah, I'm gonna have to be very careful with that. We'll see how we play it in that regard.
Yes, I'm the best.
Congratulations, Gerald. But unfortunately, boasting is un-Australian. Dorothy.
He stole my recipe.
Dobbing is also very un-Australian.
Hey, lady, you're un-Australian.
Cheat stick? Un-Australian.
Oops. I'm just going to stop it. And that's deliberate. Hippie, Carnivore Hippie, how are you, mate? Oh, Axel Logos, or yeah. Anyway, hard to pronounce. Good morning to you as well. Pat, good evening. Yes, stateside. Yes, it's an Australiana special today. Struth. God, look at all those who have appeared today. Anyway, so we'll continue with this slowly without upsetting the senses.
What's the deal with people in Australia? Did they just...
There's a word.
Is that kombucha un-Australian?
The worst thing you can ever call an Australian.
Where do they go?
Oh, just an infinite cultural exile from which they can never return. Okay, yeah. It's getting a little out of hand. There'll be no one left soon.
Ruby, can you turn that up? Subtitles? Un-Australian.
Great. Now I can't get a drink. So bloody pub is un-Australian. Oh, fuck!
Yeah, never say that in Australia, you know. Things are likely to go haywire. Anyway, with that up, people can check it out themselves and get a bit of a laugh. You know, I'll go towards the sort of the end.
A burger.
Un-Australian?
Anyway, music upsets the senses. So I'll leave it at there. People have probably had a few laughs out of that. Yes. We get all wound up about nothing down in the southern hemisphere. Yes, down under, as we call it. Hello, King of Heraldus of Tasmania. You've been talking to that bald man and possibly Ted as well. Yes. He does. Yes, we got a competition. King of Tasmania, King of New Zealand, you know, we're in a different league of our own, me and Ted. Yes. I've been always constant contact with Ted, telling him to adjust that ball ban. I think he's enjoying it now. It's horrendous. People get enjoyment out of all sorts of things. What can one say? G'day. It's on YouTube. Yeah, I know. That's the problem. Remember, I got a strike last time. We had music and all sorts of things. I don't want that to happen again. It upsets them very easily. G'day, Deborah. Good to have you here. Oops, it's StreamYard. Don't do that to me. No, now it's not responding. Now it is. G'day, Jenny. G'day. That's okay. We had a bit. People know they can go and check it. And they can get their funniness out of it. Can athletes rely on metabolic water for hydration, or is water intake necessary after a point? Depends on what you're doing. Now, if you're just lifting weights, I find that I don't require any water. If you're just walking around, I don't require water. But if you're out jogging, you're going to be, and in heat, you're going to be definitely losing, and then using some water with salt, will be needed. So you got to be careful. Look, there's a rate at which metabolic water is produced. Beyond, if you push the physiology beyond that rate, it's gonna, if you take a look at tribal people, they don't use water, but they walk in arid environments, and then it's just the last small amount of time that they will actually sprint to make the kill. So that's usually how it works, and you're not gonna sweat to the same level. And also, the more you drink, you can actually increase. You're actually undermining your antidiuretic hormones. So once your antidiuretic hormones get upregulated, you tend to lose less moisture. Also, if you're eating a species appropriate diet, you should be getting enough niacin in it, and niacin, it's one of its metabolites, which is nicotinamide, that you can actually buy it in a supplement. It's quite cheap. That actually maintains hydration in the skin. So it's really that people are eating inappropriately and doing things possibly in excess of what normal physiology, and they can lower their hydration they could complicate things. It also has a lot to do. I've actually done some working and walking and doing some, like a bit of jogging in between, just to test the whole theory. And I didn't find myself dehydrating, in any substantial way. But that wasn't, it's an N of one experiment. It wasn't substantial. It was short duration. But long duration, I suspect that, we're pushing the physiology to that level where it's going to be much harder. So, those are difficult ones to answer, because the physiology of the way people's physiological responses happen in a more tribal, ancestral sort of setting is a bit different than our modern day approaches. We've got the extremes in the modern world of too much exercise or too little. The couch potato, the sedentary lifestyle, and then the excess amount of physical activity, which, when you look at the natural world, no animal, no species in nature deliberately exerts excess, puts excess effort, because the food supply is unreliable. The amount of energy around is limited, and you have to work for it hard. This is why even our ancestors, when we look at bones of hunter and gatherers, we sometimes find certain marks on them. These stress marks indicate periods where they didn't really have much food. They were struggling to get enough energy, food energy, and nutrition in general. So it's only the modern world where we've been able to industrialize food production to such a level where we can produce massive amounts. And so humans, logically, what did they use to? I'll give you an example. In the past, if you went to a doctor and you're underweight, what would they tell you? They'd tell you go out and exercise to increase your hunger, because exercising makes you hungrier. So they knew it back then. They don't know it now. It's just the reverse. They've turned reality upside down, but that's what it was in the past. So, So it's really down to the physical activity, and that's probably a better question to ask somebody like Bart Kay, who is a sports physiologist and really knows the sort of the upper limits in that regard. Steve Finney and Jeff Volker have done a lot of research in the area. They're pretty good in that regard as well. My knowledge is sort of generalized knowledge when it comes to hydration, and sports physiology knowledge is sort of generalized. It's not something that I specialized in that regard. But I do know enough to be dangerous in a sense. But, so I'm always a bit reluctant to give any specific advice when it comes to sports, to athletes, because it's just a much more complicated field, and certain preparation people need to do when it comes to bodybuilding type stuff. I usually recommend Jonathan. So people like that have really done it, that have been involved heavily. I mean, Jonathan, sort of comes to me for some of the science, some of the other stuff, but he does a carnivore diet and does a lot of body composition and stuff of that sort, and he's pretty good at that. He's got more experience because he's got clients. When you've got clients and you're seeing them every day and you're dealing with their problems and all that, you can actually acquire a certain level of sensitivity and nuancing. I deal with other things, which is more nutritional and general health issues that people have. Because I deal a lot with that sort of stuff, and I've dealt a lot with my own, I've become very knowledgeable and sensitive to understanding some of the nuancing that happens in that space. So I'm a bit better in that regard. So it's probably a better question to ask those two fellows in that regard. But generally, when it comes to hydration, as far as I'm concerned, from my knowledge, looking at Laszlo Boris research on deuterium and stuff like that, it's quite clear that we don't want to be putting too much deuterium in our bodies, and we also don't want to be overhydrating as well. And we look at, when I look at ancestral populations, they don't. I've got a video where I've done conversations with Mary about the Huds and the Maasai and all that, and she quite clearly had gone out with them. They were carrying a whole lot of water. Those people were not carrying any water because they were hydrating with fat, but also they weren't overexerting themselves. And if they need some hydration, they use low deuterium sources, which is from leaves, and they actually was squeezing leaves to get some moisture out of them, and it was just showing how they did it. But primarily, if you've got your antidiuretic hormones upregulated, and that's by not drinking excessive fluids, and you've trained your body in that way, and you're getting hydration primarily from food, and because there is moisture in all food when you don't overcook it. Particular meat's got a lot of water in it as well, like many other things. Plus, if you're also utilizing fat to produce metabolic water, all those sort of things will actually keep you relatively hydrated. The problem is, in our modern world, we consume too many carbohydrates, which make us thirsty, and we also consume far too much water and cause ourselves electrolyte issues and all sorts of things like that. So I'm reluctant to promote high hydration via water. You should try and become fat adapted and try and focus on getting hydration from actual fat in that regard. But when it comes to sort of the exact amounts to put in from water and fat in under certain physiological conditions, those areas are not an area that I specialize. So I suspect at a certain level of physical exertion, you will lose a certain level of hydration, and then there will be a requirement of a certain amount. Where exactly that is, I don't even think the literature is very clear on that and very good either. So I think even our science is a bit poor on that. It's technically take a whole lot of electrolytes and keep on guzzling down water. That's the sort of approach by most average sports physiologists that are pumping you full of glucose as well at the same time. So the research is pretty poor. I look at sort of what are tribal people doing, how they're hunting and stuff like that, and what is their exertion, and that tells me more. And from my own experience playing around with hydration and lowering the amount of intake, I've noticed my antidiuretic hormones upregulating. I need less salt, and I'm able to cope much better. So with walking quite some distances sometimes in the sun with zero hydration. When I get up, I go for a long walk, couple of hours sometimes, and I've had no water in the morning when I've woken up and no water when I've got back. And in many cases, I'm not dehydrated at all. Very rarely do I get dehydrated now, where before when I was guzzling water, I was getting dehydrated constantly. So I think there is something there in terms of the way all animals in nature, only when they overexert themselves, will they actually seek water. Otherwise, they don't. And my urine is fine. In many cases, I'm still I still don't understand. It's probably the coffee. It's probably the 2 cups of coffee that I drink a day where I'm getting some extra hydration that's keeping my external for hydration, that's keeping my urine slightly lighter in color. When I wasn't doing any coffee, nothing, I was really strict, my urine was becoming a bit yellower, and it became consistent like that for a number of weeks. So I had no problem. So it was quite clear to me that it's a non-issue, that as long as you don't have any underlying condition, health condition or whatever, your kidneys are going to be functioning. And I remember the animals, even when I was herding some goats in Greece, and that's hard work. It was funny what Joe was saying, which was absolute nonsense. Trying to basically, if goats go down a wrong way, you try to pull them back and have to drag one of the big males that sort of lead and drag them back so the others will follow. I can tell you, you can pull a muscle. That's how hard it is to, so it's not, herding animals around and, getting them in the right place and, doing things or milking them and stuff like that. That's hard work, back-breaking work in some regards. So I don't know what he's talking about. He's got, these young kids have got complete lack of realism about what real life is and what real existence is. It's just frightening that they think like that. Anyway, he's going to learn eventually the hard way, like a lot of us that thought it was easy. Anyway, hope you got something out of it. G'day, Pat. Yes, thank you. G'day, Harry. Hope you're good. Yes, trying to be. Not always. Yes, can be a naughty boy now and then. Why do you think carnivores don't recommend bone marrow much more, seeing as it's great DHA source without marine toxins? Well, there's not a lot of marine toxins. That's a bit of if there's something which is like crustaceans and all that in certain regions of the world, yeah, there can be quite a lot of, but most fish are pretty good at detoxing, like most other animals in nature. So it's a bit overblown in that regard. But yeah, it is a good source. Brain is another good source, and many other things. I don't know why people are less into it. I mean, I sometimes boil bones in a slow cooker occasionally. So, and I usually get most of my steaks are with bone, that it's got the bone marrow in it. When you cook them, it's got the bone marrow on the side. I usually push it out and eat that and stuff like that. So, yeah, look, I don't know. Everybody likes to have a steak with no connective tissue, no bone, no nothing. Nowadays, it's sort of just the way people are being brought up. So, I mean, I don't know. Don't ask me. I usually I'll still consume a lot of chops, like lamb chops and T-bone steaks and stuff like that. So I'm not into all the expensive cuts. Occasionally I'll have them as well. But a lot of the general stuff that I consume through the week that's affordable, why expend too much, is usually T-bone steaks and lamb chops and the lamb four cuts, four, which has got a lot of connective tissue in it. So, yeah, I don't know why people. I think a lot of people in the carnivore space, it's all this fascination with just the muscle meat itself. It's a bit weird to me, but it's maybe because it actually just does good video, and that's really what it is. A lot of these other things seem to be eccentric, which they're not. If you go back the 50s and 60s and all that, people cook the whole animal, everything. Nothing went to waste. In our modern era, we're very, I don't know, maybe because we've got so much available that we can be picky, possibly, But why others don't do it, or don't eat those other pieces of meat. Don't know. It's probably a bit of a trend. People follow trends. I don't. I do my own thing. Even if it costs me subscribers, I don't give a shit. I'll live the way I want to live. But anyway, that's me. Deborah, so I have bought citric acid B6. Yes, B6 is very good for oxalate dumping issues, but need to know how much of each to take. Thanks. Okay, so just take the standard the B vitamin. I wouldn't go crazy on it. Just the standard one, the B6. And citric acid, how much you can tolerate. You can actually put like in a couple of liters water, and I was using Evian water. I'll just grab it and I'll show you. And I wouldn't put a lot of, and I'll just put like a cup of that, and I'll put a bit of like on a part of a tablespoon. Teaspoon. So and then stir it in and dilute it. So I would use something like that, which is 1.5 liters, and I'd put that and stir it in, and then just consume it through the day. So it's something like that I was actually doing. I was taking the B6 and just a food grade citric acid in a sort of water. So I used that. It was easier, tipping it in and just shaking it. I know, very unsophisticated, but it's probably out of laziness than anything else. Others will put it into cups and stir it and stuff like that. But I was just putting it into, into a bottle like that and just shaking it and then taking it with me and having it through the day in that regard. But if you're doing that sort of stuff with water and stuff like that quite a bit, as I said, and that's a slightly lower deuterium water compared to tap water. But at the same time, there's going to be an issue with you need to put salt in it as well for electrolyte purposes, so you're not dumping too much, and spread it out throughout the whole day. So you're not guzzling down large amounts. Just sipping on it. Just keep on sipping on it in that regard. I did actually end up, to protect my teeth enamel, I ended up basically getting like a straw and putting it in a cup of water and using the straw just to zip a bit down occasionally now and then. So that's how I sort of did it. Other people do it slightly differently. Any problems with drinking heavy cream like 35-45% stuff? No. Obviously, if you're going to be taking in excess energy, then you're going to basically, obviously, it depends what you're trying to do. So some people's mitochondria may not be as efficient. There's a whole lot of issues there, but a bit of heavy cream isn't going to cause you any problems really. But I don't encourage people to excess, unless they're actually doing like a prime. They're priming and they're trying to, get their metabolic rate up and then cut. because you want, if you're trying, it depends what you're trying to do. If you're trying to achieve body composition, you don't want to be doing very high amounts of heavy cream, because you may be wanting, once you actually are at the ideal level that you want to be, fat wise, then it's less of an issue, in a sense, because as long as you don't have any carbs in the system, you can have some uncoupling of mitochondria, which will warm you up, and you'll see an excess, a loss of that extra energy anyway. So, and as long as you're not doing it every day as well, so that plays a role. But I don't see any problems with it per se, in a sense, but just don't go crazy on it. Yes, it is. Hari loss. Not really. People have got some ideas. One person's mentioned an idea of using distilling process. And so a distilling process, you can capture, light water in the steam, a bit like they do in the distillation method that they do in the deuterium depleting water methods. Yeah. Look, ultimately, the best deuterium depleter is fat, is animal fat. So that's really what it is. It's really eliminating the foods that are high in deuterium, and over time. Now, some people may have to use deuterium depleted water because they may have severe mitochondrial damage, or they may have cancer. And under those circumstances, then, you can't take the money with you to the grave. So you might as well use it to lower the deuterium threshold in your body. Then use good sleep hygiene, blue light blocking and stuff like that, and taurine to repair over time the mitochondria, and then restore better or higher levels of respiration, which is basically fixing up the redox potential of your mitochondria. Let's not use scientific terms. Pretty much the machinery that produces ATP, get them to work better and heal. That's really what taurine and good sleep, which is the melatonin part, will do for you at that stage. Good, unless you worked it out. Yeah, some people have. Look, like everything has different effects on different people due to genetics. It's just the way it is. But good to hear you're getting the result you want. Lukey, g'day, mate. How's it going? I sent you a link if you do desire to come on, but if you're busy, that's fine. G'day, Susie. G'day, Sarah. Phoenix compilation. G'day, mate. I'm just going to go through to try and catch up because I'm really behind. Yeah, it's going to be better. The lower the heat, the better, obviously. In the end, even when it comes to lactoferrin and many other things, if it's a lower temperature, you're not going to lose as many nutrients. So it's going to be, the lower the temperature is going to retain more of the water soluble vitamins and lactoferrin. The higher, the more you'll lose of those things. Just the way it is. Bob, Dylan, How are you, mate? San Pellegrino is actually, compared to Evian water, I believe is 1 or 2 parts per million higher. So Evian water is slightly lower in terms of deuterium, or 2H. Have you kept up with Joey and Bart's feud? Well, I've been sort of in the background. Yes, I was leaving comments on basically Bart's video and stuff like that. I did promote it as well. It's a bit complicated. Look, our bodies can produce any enzyme we require. Okay. And when I actually mentioned to, in my interview with Joey, I made it quite clear that cooked meat is not a problem. But I said that maybe this was hypothesizing, and he took it. I don't know how he took it, misunderstood. But I was actually saying, well, if somebody's got, they've come from a veganurized diet, they're very unhealthy, and they've got very poor stomach acid and stuff like that. I said, maybe under those sort of circumstances, because you're not really, some of the enzymes can survive and, and get through. It depends on the pH of the stomach. It's like bacteria and enzymes and stuff like that. What's your pH? If it's too low, less likely. There is a type of like pepsin type thing that can actually is in animal foods. It can actually, whether it's, so that, yes, but even cooking doesn't really deteriorate too much of that. So it's a bit of a, it's not clear. The literature is very unclear on it. I've tried to look to find more stuff. I haven't been able to find any good stuff in that regard. But if your pH is, like let's, a lot of people's pH is too high, and sometimes even higher than that of like the 3.5, which is a chimpanzee's. Under those sort of circumstances, it can be helpful to have some of those enzymes that are still sort of breaking down and helping with the digestion. But if your pH is very low, not required. So if you've got normal human, not a problem. And not only that, cooked meat has a number of other benefits. It does actually raise nutrition. It actually increases retinol. So retinol and many other the fat soluble vitamins are much lower when you have raw meat. And also cooked meat tends to break down some of the actual structures, which makes it easier to digest. And that's why we were able to eat more, consume more of an animal, and become bigger bodies, bigger brains and everything, because of the ability to extract more nutrition by cooking. So cooking has a big advantage. It made us, many people claim that if Homo erectus didn't invent cooking approximately 1.5 million years ago, modern humans wouldn't have evolved. We would have had a much smaller brain like Homo erectus. Maybe. It's a hypothesis. Can't be really proven, but there's definitely some validity to saying that by cooking meat, it actually helps with digestion in somebody who is healthy. Okay. Somebody who's deranged, and as I pointed out in that video, I was quite clear that I wasn't against cooked meat. I was quite clear that somebody, and he mentioned my name, he shouldn't have brought my name at all in the conversation, so anyway. And the thing is, I was quite clear that, obviously if your pH isn't very low and you've got poor stomach acid and stuff like that, some of these enzymes can be useful in the digestion. And maybe this is where I was saying, maybe this is why people who come off a Vagoon diet find it much easier to digest raw meat than cooked meat, is because, you know, some of those, more of those enzymes sort of survive. They can break down, help with the breakdown. And also there's more taurine. Over time, that ceases to be the case, because even the proton pumps that are in the stomach, they do require not only chloride, but they also require taurine to be regulated. And taurine also can suppress H. pylori if that's the problem of the low stomach acid. So if your pH is too high, low stomach acid, it could be candida. Candida and also H. pylori can suppress H. pylori. I think can suppress a bit stomach acid a bit more. So it's a bit more nuanced, and that Joey didn't pick up on that nuancing. Maybe you should go back and listen to the video, the interview that he did of me, and understand how I was using. I didn't go into all the nuance. I've actually explained a bit more now than what I explained on the video, because that wasn't the purpose of the video. I was just throwing that out in a generalized comment at the time. I wasn't being specific, you know. To be specific, you know how I am. I'll do a video and I'll actually show you the research. I'll show you pH levels. I'll do all that and show mechanistic studies and all that. I'll go into detail. I'll back myself up. Why? You know, but in general conversations, you're not required to, you know, you're just giving general. But as I said, if I don't say something is a hypothesis and I want to back myself up, I've always got the data, or I've always got proof to be able to show, because I've looked into it. I've, you know, reviewed a lot of literature in my life in the last 11 years in particular. So I've got a deep understanding of what the literature shows and doesn't show. And I'm quite clear anybody can look these things up if they want to. But, you know, cooked meat has its advantages. And under certain physiological conditions, raw as well. I do like a bit of, beef tartare with egg, with yolks and pepper and salt. It's not everybody's cup of tea. Fair enough. You know, I do all sorts of things, but that doesn't mean. I'll give you an example. Fried eggs. If you look at fried eggs and raw eggs, fried eggs have more nutrition. It actually goes up. All the values go up. There's only one thing that goes down. That goes down. I just can't remember it. And you know, so there's a lot of nonsense out there about a lot of things in that regard. But the difference is, why would somebody do raw eggs over cooked eggs? I'll tell you, it's simple. You can actually consume more raw eggs than you consume. So if I want to put down 20 eggs, I'd have them raw because it's much easier to swallow them. It's much harder to chew through 20 eggs, I can tell you. I've tried it. So there's a place for raw eggs. And I know that I'm not going to get as much retinol and a number of other things that actually go up when you cook. Surprise, surprise. So cooking has advantages in actually bolstering certain nutrients. So, yeah, it's just based, pretty much Joey's ignorant of that. He's a new starter. He's just started looking into this sort of stuff. And unfortunately, he's come across a number of unsavory characters like Varys and Sverige, filled his brain with a whole lot of nonsense, which is not even based on any research. And this is why me and Bart rail against certain people. And we don't do it because we've got nothing else to do in life, but they're putting out pseudoscience. They're putting out pseudo ideas. You know, it's the old paleo nonsense and all that. It's like I did the video recently on milk. You know, obviously, if you don't have lactose, if you've got lactose intolerance, you can't tolerate the proteins in milk, you shouldn't be consuming it. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone, But if you can tolerate it, if you've got no problems, like you've got genetics like I have, or a lot of the Irish have, and people like that, I don't see a problem with it. It's an animal food, and it's got good nutrition. So this is where a lot of the problems lie. And people make a lot of nonsense. Joey was making all sorts of claims, even about the Maasai. The Maasai, actually, if you look at my recent video that I did on the Maasai, from their own mouths, not some academic talking a mouthpiece, but actual from their own mouths. They live into old age, and they also, whether the records are very accurate or whatever, they still live much older age than many other people in that region, and healthy and robust. And even Mary couldn't keep up with an 80-year-old. So they're quite good in that regard. On the other front, they don't consume a lot of beef. Surprise, surprise. Most of their cattle are used for milk purposes. And they don't consume a lot of milk either. 2 to 3 glasses of milk. That's about it with blood. It's not a massive amount. It's just the way it is. And this was observed by Mary. And she actually took ketones and blood sugar levels of all these Maasai over a number of days continuously. So I would rely more on her than some idiot that goes there, observes and thinks they're the expert. I know what they consume. A bit like, Salad Boy, goes in, they must be honey guzzlers, ignoring everything else and coming back and a mouthpiece. Where she tried to go in and understand, and she actually even talked about the hydration. They don't hydrate like we do. So she realized they do things differently. She was observant enough to notice these things. It's the same thing when she went to Ikaria in Greece, because she does reside in Athens. Her partner's a Greek, and she actually observed, these old ladies cooking up pork belly and organs and whatever. Nothing goes to waste. But they're not, like consuming this sort of stuff on an everyday basis or in excess amounts either. Nothing goes to waste, but it's spread out. People have a small amount. I mean, even I remember when the west coast of Greece, you weren't, consuming massive amounts. You'd have like a little small amount of cooked organs, which were a combination of different. You cut it, cook it, a small amount with some sort of drink. And that'd be it. It wasn't like you were consuming like half the damn thing. This is people in America and places like that where they jump on this, and it's like they've listened to a guru, and they don't realize that these people were using these foods as multivitamins. They consumed a small amount, like even the tribal people. They'll cut a bit of liver, share it around. It's like a multivitamin. That's how they treat it. They don't abuse organs. They have some as a multivitamin. And the reason is quite clear. Think. Use your brain. These people, we have archaeological evidence that they have stress fractures around their bones, which means certain periods of time they would have not a lot of food, which pretty much means that if you're going without, let's say for 3 days without food, your B vitamins are going to come down, aren't they? So your micronutrient status is going to come down. Your body doesn't really care whether the micronutrient, whether you're, starving or not having enough nutrition. Your micronutrient status is going to go down. Your B vitamins go down within 3 days. You lose those B vitamins. You have to replace them every 3 days at least. As a consequence of that, having a multivitamin, like bit of organ meat like the tribal people do, is a smart thing. But if you're living in a Western country where you've got access to, steaks and a lot of steaks every day, I think you're going to get more than enough micronutrition from those steaks. That's the difference. And so when Bart makes that point, he's quite right. We don't have deficiencies because we've got a very good, reliable food supply. But if you've got an unreliable food supply, maybe those micronutrients from consuming, some organ meats here or there, a small amount, are giving you a multivitamin. And that's what populations did in the past. Even in Europe, they had everything because, there was a limited amount of intake of energy and food in general in society. It's only in the more recent years, since post-Second World War, we've had refrigeration, we've had electrification. I mean, the big power stations, even in Greece and even in Australia, were built in the 1940s and 50s, in particular in the 50s and onwards. My father was involved in hydro power stations in Greece on the west coast. So Erga to Hilo, the dam of Hilos. Dad was involved in that with his brother Nick. And then when they came to Australia, they were involved in Tasmania in a lot of the power schemes here. Dad, welded a lot of the big pipes as a Boilermaker welder. And that's when a lot of the electrification was happening. And even Australia was becoming electrified. You were starting to get refrigeration coming in and all sorts of things. I've talked to Dad about these things because he's been around. He was, he's nearly 90 now. So he knows a lot about the past and what it was like. He can tell stories. And sometimes when people are listening, they learn a lot about their past as well. But these are the reasons. And these are the reasons why if I'm having a couple of steaks, and if I look at the choline content, a lot of the B vitamins and all these other things, the content, it's more than enough. And if I'm getting a lot of hydroxyproline and hydroxylysine and all these the collagen type aminos in the steak that I'm consuming, I probably need very, very little vitamin C as well, because that's really what they are. If you're not getting enough of these proteins, then you need more vitamin C to convert poorer quality proteins coming in from plants to produce these collagen, structures. So, and have people seen actually, real scurvy? Just Google scurvy. Your skin is like, peeling off. That's what scurvy is. I didn't see his skin peeling off or looking really bad, or blotches and discoloration and blue and purple type blotches on your skin, and your skin literally tearing itself apart, because that's the collagen structures. So absolute nonsense. The kid doesn't even understand or even know what scurvy is. Napoleon's army, who consumed carbohydrates and things like that as well, they used horses and they cooked the horse meat. And the cooked horse meat, was what reversed their scurvy. As I said, and that's even in conditions where these people were eating cooked meat from horse meat that was cooked, plus having some carbohydrates that we know have an effect on the GLUT receptors. They're probably getting enough hydroxyproline, enough hydroxylysine, and a number of the other amino acids, the collagen amino acids, to basically not require as much. And that made the difference, because they were able to get the materials they needed to build and maintain their cellular structures. But if somebody understands and has done some research in physiology and understands these things, they wouldn't be saying the idiotic things. The problem is most people learn from gurus and then they just regurgitate the same stuff and are too damn lazy, because that's what it is, too damn lazy to do their own research. Go away and look at the stuff. And even some of these gurus are too lazy. They just rehash old BS. Anyway, that's my take on a lot of that sort of stuff. And in the carnivore controversies, there's going to be a lot of things that are going to be brought up. So you lovely people have known that I've created. Now, let me just bring that up. I think it's going to be a good series, this sort of carnivore controversies. I think it's going to touch on a lot of these issues that a lot of people haven't touched, and actually go into some of the details and provide you with some mechanistic studies that can be validated to expose the nonsense that is out there. There's quite a lot of nonsense. I get sick and tired of it. Like Bart, you know. Yeah, I've got another video. Got one on Paul Mason. I did ask Bart to check it out. He's sort of on my side on that. So if people get upset that I'm calling out Paul Mason on an issue, it'll be on the Monday video that I'm releasing, 10:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time, daylight savings. I was a bit, because I still subscribed. I like Paul, but I think on this issue he's got the wrong idea and he's somehow come up with the wrong hypothesis. But anyway, that's for the Monday video. I'll let you guys wonder what it is all about. But so tomorrow there'll be another carnivore controversies video that will be out. And with the actual, about 1 hour ago, I should have done it earlier. I just wasn't thinking. My brain wasn't thinking about this. So on the actual video, the carnivore milk is for babies, I've left a pinned comment. So I said, please leave your suggestions here. So if people want to suggest things to me, I'll just increase that a bit. There's probably a few recent comments that I haven't actually answered to. So I'll get around doing that at some stage. So pretty much that's what I've left the message. Please leave your suggestions here. And people could just leave their suggestions. I mean, it may be a bit of a duplication. I've got a list of things that I want to actually, but there may be things that I haven't thought about. And I go, oh, yeah, okay. And I'll add it to the list. I don't mind if this series becomes a bit bigger in that regard. I've made a playlist for it as well. So the key thing in here is, let's look at all these things. Let's look at what the literature actually shows, and whether from an ancestral point of view, whether it makes any sense as well. So that will be the focus of that series. Sort of came up with a suggestion, a conversation that I was having with someone, and that I thought about, and I go, yeah, actually, with all these people keep on asking all these comments about, you know, these controversial things in the carnivore space, maybe I should make a series of things and let's deal with it properly. So, yeah, so in that sense, if you're in a healthy state, you definitely are going to extract more nutrition out of cooked meat than raw meat. And you can actually consume more of it as well, which actually helps with getting more nutrition into the body. That's why our ancestors started cooking meat, because you can actually consume far more cooked meat than raw meat. And so on that sort of scale, you can end up getting more of the micronutrients from consuming more and good proteins and fats for tissue development. So that's the reason behind it. Anyway, Any reason why heart? You may be one of those people, Alberto. Like even Bart has, gets a bit gassy. I've taught him to increase his. He can't even have eggs, which is a bit of a problem because eggs are a good source of, So he has the same thing with it's sulfur. He has the same thing with taurine. He has the same thing with eggs. He gets gassy, and the reason for that is sulfur. So there are two possibilities for sulfur issues. One is genetic. That means you cannot you hold on to sulfur. You can't eliminate it, use it, or eliminate any excess by methylation through your liver. There's a second pathway, which is the choline betaine pathway, and for people like that, I usually recommend a choline supplement to help them methylate any excess. The other thing that it could be is certain gut microbiome issue as well. So there may be certain bugs and all that. One method is to do a bit of a longer fast, try and bring down the numbers, and then try and get lactobacillus in and a few other beneficial bacteria that are acid loving, and try and actually increase those and the Reuteri stuff that I talk about in my digestive issues one. And by bringing down some of those other bugs that you may have, I don't know, unless you do a test and go and check your gut microbiome. I have no idea. And they'll tell you that, these are gas producing, these are not, the amount. It's sort of a lot of that when you've got excess Firmicutes, bifidobacteria, you may be low for whatever reason. So yeah, unless you actually go and check, I don't know whether it's a microbiome composition issue or whether it's a genetic issue. So anyway, Dylan, something I've noticed with the Joey or Dewey is that they conflate modern hunter-gatherers with our ancestors, tend to drive their views. Yeah, look, we're living in an interglacial period. Animals are less fatty, so humans require to engage the Randall cycle seasonally to be able to build up fat stores. They didn't need to do that in the past because they got enough fat. Fat stores are basically stored energy for lean times. But in the past, you could bring down a mammoth or big animal, which was very fat. You could add additional energy to your fat stores. And so the days that you didn't have as much, you could live off your own fat. And it was a survival strategy. And a modern day survival strategy is to consume some carbohydrates seasonally for the similar reasons. So it's very different in that regard. And also the amount of availability sometimes of animals in certain environments requires this sort of, you use everything. So it can vary quite a bit. There's a lot of strategies that happen out there. One guy actually who's from Africa, who's a subscriber of mine, actually pointed out that there are a whole lot of other animals also that when they do a kill and it's a pregnant and there's milk, they'll actually even drink the milk from the other animal. So it's not only us that drink milk, we just do it in a much more organized manner from another species. So it's quite interesting the things that happen in nature that a lot of us who live in modern societies, like myself and others, are completely unaware of. And we make claims from very poor understanding and knowledge in that regard. As far as I'm concerned, what is our body made of? Cholesterol, proteins, fats, and some sugars. And if you eat animal foods like meats, you'll get the glycerol backbone, you'll get the sugar component, you'll get the proteins, you'll get the fats, and you'll get the cholesterol, all the stuff that you need, and the micronutrients, all the stuff you need for the body to function and work. So, if it was that complicated, our species would have died out a long time ago. But people like to use these sort of things, and they amplify is the right word, amplify certain things in order to, make an issue of it, or, push a narrative. That's really what it is. It's the sign of a pseudoscientist or a pseudo thinker that wants to push a narrative, a guru type, to make themselves seem important or whatever. It's nonsense, Dylan. Absolutely. And modern day hunter-gatherers are very different from past hunter-gatherers, even in terms of technology, what they use and how they go about things. Their environment is very different than what the environment was in the past. So, and some of the technology and tools that they have are very different as well, because they've got access to modern tools like knives and all sorts of things. In the past, you would have had paleo tools, very different, So there's a lot of differences. And also the animals that existed in the past are different to today's animals. Certain animals have gone extinct. They don't exist anymore. So there's a whole raft of things that a lot of these people are making claims and arguments about. And I'm going, really? Are you really serious making these arguments? It's just, it's a bit bizarre and all that. And it's like some of the paleo people saying, don't drink milk because it's contraindicated. It's not paleo. But neither is a modern day tuber like a sweet potato. I mean, you can't have it both ways. And the difference is the milk, if you don't consume it in excess, like 19.2 litres, which would be the equivalent of what a baby would consume for an adult. You're not going to get that down, no friggin' way. I should have been a bit more comical in the video on that issue. I should have applied a bit more humour in hindsight. Yes. But yeah, it's ridiculous. A lot of these things that they say, So one glass of milk that's got about 11.5 grams of sugar is a problem. But something which has like 100 grams or 200 grams, like a sweet potato, and a whole lot of protease inhibitors and a whole lot of other anti-nutrients and fiber that does damage to your gut lining because you don't have a cecum between your colon and your small intestine to basically put it in there and break it down. No, because you've got an appendix now. So all that is indicated, but in milk isn't. Wonderful logic. But this is the sort of logic that we have from all these gurus. And as I said, I do not recommend milk to everyone, but I have actually had some success even with most people can, with lactobacillus type, with kefirs and stuff like that. A number of people that I know, and even from Chinese backgrounds, who have been able to improve their ability not only to tolerate milk. One of them, he comes on here sometimes, Mr. Babies, and he was lactose intolerant. He basically would shit his pants if he consumed milk. So he would get the runs and have to run to the toilet. Now he guzzles down made by cow raw milk. And even even regular pasteurized if he can't get it, if he's in an office and he has to use general milk for coffee, not a problem whatsoever. So he listened to me and did, fixed up his gut microbiome, got the lactobacillus type strains, a multi-spectrum, got those in, did the kefirs for a number of months, I think well over 6 months, stuff like that, and really improved his ability to digest milk. So he's a young fellow in his 20s. And he's really happy that he can drink milk now. So, I mean, as I said, there's a lot of nonsense and a lot of BS out there. As I said, I've got a lot of videos. I'm going to be in this business for a long time, creating a lot of content, explaining a lot of shit to a lot of people to clear up a lot of things. Yes. So anyway, let's move on because I'm falling behind constantly. Would raw meat be best consumed quite soon after the kill, unlike hung meat at a butcher? Yeah, if you're going to have raw meat, I definitely wouldn't. It's a different thing somebody being in a tribal area and having a freshly slaughtered animal and consuming a bit of the raw meat. But even they cook everything. They will take it back and cook it because they want to extract as much nutrition out of it as possible. So they'll cut it, as I said, once they make it the kill, they'll cut a bit of the liver, a bit of tissue off it, certain soft parts of the meat, and eat it raw amongst themselves, the hunters, and then they'll take it back and cook it for everyone else. So it's it's not excessive, but obviously if it's the fresher it is, it's going to have less microbes or stuff like that. Yeah, so it can make a big difference. Plus, it's less of a problem for them because they've got a good low pH. Does everyone have a low pH in the carnivore community? I'd guess not, because they've actually done a lot of inappropriate things for many years. So, so there's a lot of question marks on supermarket, raw meat. I'm not going to recommend it unless you've got a good source. I do have a good source. You're on your own. Don't come crying back to me if you get into trouble. Go to Joey. You can cry on his shoulder. He seems to have broad shoulders. Gary, how are you, mate? Yes, definitely happy Australia Day, mate. Yeah. What do you think of bromelain and NAC for GABA spikes? Well, cysteine is in NAC. What is that going to turn into? Taurine. What does taurine do? Go into the side of the cells and sort out any type of hijacking of the endoplasmic reticulum, the rough part, and the ribosomes. So it helps with protein folding and other things like that. So that's probably where it has. Bromelain, have heard of that as well. And it seems anecdotally to have an effect for some people in combination with NAC. And I'm going, NAC, I know it's going to get, part of it's going to get converted to taurine. So it really is a taurine thing. Have they done bromelain on their own without any NAC? So I have a question mark on that in that regard. Without any research showing quite clearly, I'd still stick to the vitamin D, and which you're going to be making sure you've got a good vitamin D status. You don't need to supplement. If it's summer, there's beautiful sun out there, go and get it, and then your body will regulate the amount of vitamin D you require. Much safer that way. In winter, obviously, we do supplement. I supplement in winter about 10,000 IUs, but I'm also getting enough retinol. If somebody's not getting enough retinol, I usually recommend the safe zone is around about the 5,000 IUs for both those fat-soluble vitamins for the general public. They're going to be pretty safe with both. Above that, you need to know what you're doing and balancing things out properly and stuff like that, and getting enough also getting also enough in there of K2. So if somebody's going over the 5 and they're not getting enough K2, for carnivores, it's less of a problem because we are getting quite a lot of K2 from a lot of the foods, especially people that are consuming some dairy as well, products like cheeses and stuff like that, brie and things like that, Gouda. They're very high in vitamin K2, menaquinone 4 in particular. So you're going to have less of an issue going a bit higher. But I would say my still edict is good vitamin D status and taurine being the critical things. NAC really is probably a proxy for taurine. Bromelain, is it just associated because you've got the other element in that's doing the job? Don't know. Look, at the end of the day, if somebody has an issue, I say do that, do NAC, do taurine, add them all in. maintain a good vitamin D status, because I just want you to be healthy, you know, and I want you to clear that garbage out of your body, because you're actually seeing death rates are going up, you know, beyond the averages, the past averages. They're going up. Some are claiming that it's Jabba the Hutt. Others are claiming, oh, it's just something strange. Must be an alien that just popped down and decided, I'm going to zap more people. It's the aliens. Yes, pray to Gaia Earth. Ask Varus for, you know, chant incantations to Gaia Earth to save you from the aliens. Yes. I think it's Jabba the Hutt's the big problem, obviously. The rest is humour on my part. But, I'd say a species-appropriate diet and doing those sort of things extra, you know, I've got no problems. But I can't actually support the claim that it's, yeah, exactly, without any research. But I do know that taurine protects the immune system from immunosenescence. There's good research on that. And we do know that the spikes do cause immunosenescence and damage to the immune system, which makes it harder for these buggers to be cleared out of the system. So there is a mechanistic relationship between taurine and the spikes and the immune system. But I don't see it with some of the other stuff that people are saying. I could be wrong. Are you still enforcing? He left that medical center, my dear. He left that medical center. Do you think that modern hunter-gatherers prioritize organs like they do because modern animals, leaner, ice age, fat? I've covered that just recently. If you heard earlier what I said, plus retinol goes up substantially when you cook both organs and when you cook both muscle meats, fats from the muscle meats. Just goes up. Don't know why, don't ask me. It just does. I'm going to do a video on that covering those sort of things. Even retinol even goes up in cooked eggs. So raw eggs are much lower. You cook the egg, the retinol content, especially fried eggs. Don't ask me. Boiled eggs are the next one. Then fried eggs are much higher. I can't remember where poached eggs are. I think poached eggs are slightly better than or close to boiled eggs, but I think they may be above, but I just can't remember exactly. I'd have to look it up. But yeah, the fried eggs are highest, which I enjoy the most in butter. Okay, see. I must be right then, because I enjoy it. Yes, as I said, nothing wrong with a prophylactic measure. Yeah, look, I did Metaflor on its own without any other sort of stuff whatsoever. So I did it completely on its own when I did it, my protocol. So that's what I did, and I would recommend that to people to do as well. So that's the approach. 2 grams of taurine is not going to be a problem, but that sort of level, yes. And why are you doing that sort of level? Have you asked me, and did I recommend it for a specific ailment? So usually up to 6, you shouldn't have any problems. But once you get beyond that level, yeah, there could be potentially. It depends on the person's genetics, their gut microbiome composition. So there's a lot of, so I can't give a specific because you'd have to go and actually do a whole lot of tests. And since I'm not your physician, I can't really tell you exactly how it will play out. So it's probably better to safe it either to, to come down on the taurine while you're doing it. Is it the Warburg effect that causes cancer? Thank you for the information. Ewan Barkay are new idols. Sandro, not a problem. Look, the Warburg effect has some validity to it, yes, in that regard. But the Warburg effect just tells you that there is a question here that in the presence of oxygen, you can still have this sort of cancerous state emerge and develop. And from that, a lot of people like that are in the space, that in the low carb community and all that, have sort of come to the conclusion that it's a mitochondrial disease in that regard. And so their view is a mitochondrial disease. The general narrative out there is that it is oncogenes being upregulated that are causing it. They are both wrong and right, in a sense. Okay, so one group will argue, oh, well, cancer is produced. You can get cancer without mitochondrial damage, and you can get cancer from, viruses. True. But what is a virus doing? They don't tell you that because it goes against their narrative, So if a virus gets out in there, like what was COVID doing? When COVID was going inside the cell, what was it doing? It was actually increasing lactate production. It was actually forcing the Krebs cycle into reverse Krebs cycle and increasing lactate production. So what does producing of lactate does? It draws in H2, deuterium. That's what it does. So, okay. So we're drawing in from the cytosol, from inside the cell, more H2, deuterium, inside the mitochondria. I guess there's going to be a problem. Houston, we've got a problem, So still it ends up becoming a damage of the electron, the electron chain being affected by the deuterium content, and also, pretty much complex 5 being damaged, which means that the normal respiration, oxidative phosphorylation, producing ATP in that way is impeded, which means that then the glycolytic pathways are increased. Then there's communication back to the nucleus saying, well, we got a problem. We can't produce enough energy for you, cell. You got to find another way. The cell upregulates oncogenes, elongates around the nucleus to protect itself, these long chain fats, 22 carbon long, and then pushes up the glycolytic pathways even further for survival purposes. So both are describing part of what is the disease, but fundamentally, if you've actually, because I've actually got a whole playlist, fundamentally it's high deuterium busting the motors, not being able to produce enough energy, and then the cell, for cell survival, running a primitive old program. That's what the oncogenes are, running an old program that says, oh, before oxygen existed on this planet, how did I create energy? Oh, through glycolysis. So let's produce as much sugar as we can, So by producing that, you can actually, even from lactate, it can go back to the liver and actually be converted back to glucose. So, and also it can use directly lactate as well through a number of other enzymatic pathways. So the reality is that, yes, they have part of the picture, not the complete picture. I've got a number of people in remission, complete remission. They go into scanners who are metastatic, go into scanners and don't light up, which means that there's no cancer to be seen lighting up on the scanner. That's not remission only. There's nothing there to see. But I have a comprehensive protocol on deuterium depletion, taurine, melatonin, fisetin, a whole lot of other things to sort out these sort of conditions. So it's a multi-pronged approach. I do have a playlist called Cancer, and it covers a lot of this sort of information. So if you need that information, go and check that out. But, it's sort of reductionist, which a lot of people say, oh, it's the Warburg effect, or reductionist, it's oncogenes. Really? It's an interplay of a lot of different moving parts. But fundamentally, the fundamental thing is you've been consuming too much seed oils and refined sugars. You've damaged your mitochondria with too many neutrons, because it's the neutrons, not the protons. Protons are good. Neutrons are problematic. Like they damage the inside of fusion reactors. Not good. Not good at all. And they do the same thing in the complex 5. They damage it as it's spinning around at high speed, and then they bust the motor, and then the motor doesn't work. No ATP, no energy. Oops, we got a problem. So yes, anyway, I tried to keep it as simple as possible with my humor. Hope I didn't confuse too many people. If I decide to eat seasonal berries, when would be the least worst time to eat them separately from meals? If you're going to do it, I'd actually combine it with a bit of fat, like cream and something like that, and it's sort of going to slow down the ingress there, because when you combine it with other things, you do get a bit of a slowdown. Doesn't mean that you don't get the sugar. You do get the sugar in the sense, but you don't get it quick. You sort of slow it down. Some of the fiber in there will also slow it down a bit. It's just the ingress coming in, so the amount of spike that happens will be slightly lower. That's the sort of difference we're looking at. It's really the fructose which is the issue here, and the deuterium. But if you're out in the sun, it's it's. I always say to people, if you're going to consume berries, make sure they are seasonal, and that you also get out in the sun to deplete some of the deuterium that you're putting into your body, if you're going to do that. It's not for me to tell you how to eat or how to live your life. That's your business. I'm just telling you what the consequences will be of those actions. What you do with that information is your business, Jay Wong. So, but I personally consider all fruit to be the worst carbohydrate you can consume. That's my personal opinion, and it's based on the deuterium side of things. And I think I have good science on deuterium damaging mitochondria to basically, I don't have any human research because we can't lock them up in labs and give them high deuterium foods. But you just take a look. Cancer rates are ballooning all over the world, especially the more processed foods. And seed oils are up to 255 parts per million, and refined sugars can be as high as 160 parts per million. So there is a lot of deuterium neutrons going into our mitochondria. I think we have a problem. And we do have the mechanistic studies to show high amounts will cause that problem. It's up to you how much you want to consume it. I definitely wouldn't be consuming it all year round like Salad Boy does, guzzling down fruit and honey. Yes, he's not going to be looking good in the long run. Why are fried eggs so much more satiating than scrambled? Don't know why they are. I've thought about it because I've actually had scrambled eggs as well, and I did find fried eggs a bit more satiating. Maybe if you take a look, when you actually fry an egg, you get all that sort of gelatinous, like I don't know. No, I'm not going to answer that because I don't know. If I'm going to speculate, I think that it may have a change in the. Actually, I think I may have worked it out. What you're doing with scrambled eggs, you're combining a lot of the yolk and the whites. As a consequence of that, you're actually breaking down the whites quite a bit and you're spreading them out. And so if you think about a satiety signaling that coming through your stomach into your gut, it's going to come in a combination of both. But if you're consuming, just fried eggs, you tend to sort of eat some of the yolk and a lot of the actual white at one go. So you're going to get slightly, as it's going through your system, a bit more. And it may just be that the way it is like that, it needs a bit more work in the stomach to break it down, because if it's the way it creates that gelatinous, you get that like little like skin like thing from the frying, and that make it a bit harder, and so the stomach has to work a bit harder to break it down. And as a consequence of that, it's sort of, because you do get signaling from your stomach as well, satiety signals, and it's probably that saying, oh yeah, we're working hard, we've taken all this stuff in this protein, and it's been a bit of a hard yakka, say, oh yeah, and maybe that it's creating a false signal back, to the brain. Yeah. Anyway, that's a speculation on my part. I could be completely wrong. Bart appears to like THC plants. What do you think of its effect on the body? Let's assume vaporizing instead of smoking, since that obviously is bad. Does it damage the gut? I'm not into any of that sort of stuff, honestly. That's not my gig and all that. I say, well, did your ancestors consume it? More than likely not. And I think the jury's out on that. There's not enough, is it a placebo effect? Is there a compound in there that has some interaction or not? Don't know. I haven't really looked in it because it doesn't really interest me. So something that doesn't interest me, I don't look into. I may ask him next time I'm having a conversation with him on Zoom. I may just ask him and say, well, bald man, what's this THC plant compound that you seem to be guzzling? Now, first hand over your Carney card and then we'll have the conversation. So, yeah, I'll leave it for that moment. At this stage, I just don't know enough about it to comment. I don't do it myself. And if I do something, I research it. Yep, I think we've covered that one. Ah, yes. Another woman of my heart, Yes, definitely. Now that I actually, yes, you just reminded me of something. You definitely reminded me of something. Since it is an Australian day, let's look at some stuff here. Hold on. Why did it do that? Let's try that again. How the hell? This is weird. I increased it and it shrank. I decreased it and it actually enlarged. This Woolly Days thing. Okay, so 150 is a sweet spot. Okay, I think I worked it out. Never can get these things to work properly. Everybody's got different settings on their damn stuff. So, anyway, now let me share my screen. A bit of Australiana humour. This is probably how I feel the next day. Time to get up or you'll be late for work, the missus says. Work? An Aussie bloke. Struth, doll. We just celebrated Australia Day. You know, eating meat pies, thong throwing, backyard cricket, snags on the barbie, and eskies full of coldies. I think I've earned the right to have a fair dinkum Aussie sickie. He's bloody right. What's wrong with you, Dale? So just to translate that to Dallas, Struth Dull is like, like saying, being surprised with what the person has said, so Struth, what the hell, something like that. Dull, darling or dear, in the US people would use. He's just basically saying we celebrated Australia Day. That's another Australian ochre lingo. Yeah, mate. Yeah, anyway. Oh, that's advanced bogan for many of you guys out there. And eating meat pies. Yeah. Nowadays it's get the good ones. Don't get the seed oil ones. Thong throwing. Well, you got to amuse yourself somehow. Backyard cricket. Yep, we've all done that, we used to play quite a bit of backyard cricket when I was young, me and my sisters. I did injure my sister once. I hit her with a cricket bat. It was accidental. She claims it wasn't, but it was. I claim that it was. She had it coming to her. Anyway, let's move on. Child abuse. I was a child as well, abusing another child. Anyway, snags on the barbie. Well, that's sausages. Hot dogs, as in America, people would say, on a grill. Yes. So it's not a Barbie doll. Don't get confused like that. Oh, where's Barbie? No, it's a sausage. Eskies full of coldies, which is like the sort of ice box, is what an esky. Most people, I think, nowadays know what an esky is anyway, even in America. Full of coldies, which means cold beer. And he thinks he's earned a right for a fair dinkum Aussie sickie. Sickie is basically take the sick day off, and a fair dinkum is to be, how can I put it in American lingo? I don't know. If anybody knows, put it in the comments area for what they would call it. Another Aussie Day adventure, probably in the bogan community. I'm innocent. I don't even own a motorbike. This is after celebrations. People just do crazy things on Australia Day. They said I was riding without a helmet, and he's holding a helmet. I just had a Ducati. Complete confusion, everyone. They've probably had quite a few cold ones. The bastard says, I smell. You probably do, but he's probably a bikie. And the last one, my esky. Yeah, he's lost his esky. He's been booked, but his main concern is he's lost his esky, his cold ones, his beers. So that'd be a typical Australian. Yes. I hope you got a few laughs out of that. And now I did notice. Well, it's got DHA in it. You know, I mean, within a certain level. Live chat check. Anyway, look, he's got an attachment for me, Harry the Builder. Okay, I'll have to basically grab that shortly. Here's that. Let me find it. Give me hold on. Zoom it down to 100. Okay. Oops. Oops. Can you put that builder one again, Harry the Builder? Again in the chat thing, because I can't get the damn thing. Wasn't that coming up? That one. Can you put that back in? Because I can't actually get it in my chat box for whatever reason. It's not coming up. Looky. So, which is annoying. Won't come up for whatever reason. So if you could pop it back in the chat box, I would appreciate it if you're still there. Nah, that's not going to work. Oh, well. So if you can do that, Loki, I would appreciate it. Then I can put it up. Oops. What just happened? Great. Thanks. So we'll do them by their order. Anyway, so let's get into it. I'll do the other ones, and if Lukey comes back, you can do the other one because that's still not coming up. No, I can't get it. Anyway, turn that off. I'll get Creek Psycho. Harry Sopranos. Didn't realise I was that brutal. Sunny Street. Know the work rules. Cooked meat makes you glands dry up. Wow, thank you. Such amazing knowledge. No empirical data exists showing that raw meat leads to superior health outcomes in humans. Hello, human resources. Inappropriate. Yeah, well, Bartman, you know, the K-man, you know, the ball man, he's wrong, isn't he, apparently? Joey's contacting HR and saying this is inappropriate. It's too unwoke. This is toxic bean juice. Wow, so healthy. Yeah, didn't Varys tell him, oh, you should be on plants as you get older? Yeah, full of high deuterium, you know, low, you know, if you want to basically damage your mitochondria, increase the damage of your body, sarcopenia, osteoporosis, you know, you name it. I mean, really, Joey? Really? Next, you'll be selling honey and fruit. Yes, it's a worry. It's a worry, to say the least. Very much a worry. Yeah, I haven't seen the video, so I really, yeah. Is there actual research on it? I may have to go and take a look and see whether he's actually got any research on it. But I suspect it's the, you know, NAC, get the cysteine part, providing more taurine and the taurine doing the trick. Is, I mean, cysteine does play a bit of a role, you know, so like with a lot of other amino acids, can have certain other benefits beyond just structural material, like antioxidant effects and some other effects as well through certain pathways. But I'd like to know which exactly pathways are actually being affected, and if it's just anecdotal, as I said, it's not proof. I can show mechanisms for taurine. I can show mechanisms for vitamin D in terms of the immune system itself improving, and then that doing the job of clearing out foreign proteins. But in terms of these two compounds, just don't know enough about them. Their pharmacokinetics, how they're actually working in the body, specifically when it comes to these things, you know. So, and if they, and as I said, if NAC is working in any way, it's probably by helping produce more taurine downstream, and maybe that's playing the role. I'm speculating here, but did he actually provide any sort of mechanistic evidence exactly what it's doing? Because there's one thing to say this and another thing to basically show clear mechanisms of how it's doing it. So again, as I said, it's not going to harm anyone if you take these supplements and you need them, you know. So yeah, fair enough. It's your money. But for me to do it, I would need to have good, solid evidence to back myself up. Yeah, yes, more or less similar. Yeah, there's not much difference. Yeah, trace amounts of because remember the experiments are also done on meats that are of different sorts. So yeah, it's trace amounts again. The body upregulating intracellular antioxidants like glutathione, not an issue whatsoever. So including catalase as well and a few others. So it's a non-issue. And I've got my PUFA playlist that covers all that sort of stuff, so I'm not going to go into it. Well, salmon doesn't just have DHA. Okay, it has a number of other things in it as well. It's much higher than regular meat in something called taurine, but also has another thing that is very high in, very, very high. That's why the redness to it. Guess what it is? It's an antioxidant.
Astaxanthin.
Exactly. That is exactly it. And it is known, those sort of things, to help. You know? So that could be the combination of that. Also, salmon does have higher vitamin D than many other things. So there's a combination of a number of nutrients inside the actual salmon that are helping. And if populations have been consuming a lot of fish through their bodies are probably need it more than others. So I always say, what's your ancestry? What did you consume? It's a bit like the cod liver, the cod, requirements for retinol. It's going to be a video eventually about on that. How close? I can't say, but it is in the works. So I'll leave you guys guessing. And that should clarify some points anyway. Yes, hit that like button so you can be guaranteed by YouTube not to get anything out of it. But it helps. Now, that first image, I missed it. So I'm so damn behind, and the chat box won't give me that. When it refreshed, I shouldn't have refreshed the chat box. I accidentally did it. And it actually pushed me further down. And so the first one, which was the builder, Harry the Builder. So that one, that I need again. You can put it in the private thing. Makes it easier. I should be able to pick it up from the private one, from private chat.
Let me get out of there again.
No worries, just put it in the main live stream. I'll pick it up from there. Doesn't matter.
All right.
Nice one. Harry the Builder. Taurine can fix it. Can fix anything. Can even get rid of sunspots. Yes, if you're annoyed by sunspots, the large moons, enlarged moons, things like that annoy you. Things in your environment annoy you. People, just take taurine. Everything gets sorted out. Everything. It's like Windex. It's the modern day Windex for us Greeks. So, or for this Greek at least. Yes. Yes, and I'm like you Windex.
Yeah,
I have to say, I
think you're really behind.
I do enjoy these. So where does Harry go for vacation during Tasmanian winter? It's usually Southeast Asia because it's tropical and nice and warm, and I can sit on it. I can just enjoy the weather. That's where I go. So there's a whole lot of people from Queensland when it's stinking hot. They'll actually come down to Tasmania sometimes to get, or other people to get away from the hustle and bustle and like somewhere cooler. Yeah, I'm leaving the place at the time. I'm doing the complete opposite. See yous. Goodbye. Enjoy yourselves. I've had enough of winter.
We'll have to see what state the whole world will be in a few years, but I've always wanted to actually travel to Southeast Asia for a long time, actually.
Well, the nice thing about Southeast Asia, there's, obviously the regimes there can be a bit, a bit corrupt and stuff like that. But generally speaking,
oh, Harry, I don't know anything about that.
oh, that's true. Absolutely. Yes. Just in case your illustrious leader is observing or listening, he does have the new application from the Americans to help him with monitoring people like you, exactly like you. So, his friend Biden, he loves that. Have you noticed any increase in lab production in Brazil? Remember, there was a scenario that there's apparently going to be some sort of new polio in 2025 in Brazil.
A simulation,
yeah, it's pure simulation, and all that. So I wonder if Hunter Biden is actually in Brazil. That'd be interesting to know whether he's visiting on holidays. I mean, Copacabana, it's probably down there, enjoying, the scenery, the young senoritas. Yes, I envy him.
Oh, God.
So, yes. Anyway, you're a young, skinny, well, you were a young, skinny runt of a carnivore in the past. Once you sort of fixed up your thyroid issues with and all that, what would you recommend to this young man while I drink some of my cold coffee?
Well, so I think that, first of all, protein is really easy to get on this diet. You have to prioritize it, but it's really easy to get. So I would say that you should actually focus on getting enough fat down, and palatability is your friend. You should really find the foods that you like the most and try to base your diet around that. Because for me, like, for example, an omelette with bacon, I can eat loads of eggs that way. Whereas without bacon, I'd get stuffed pretty easily. So you have to use the palatability in your favor, and, things like dairy, if you tolerate it, that I know you do, it's really helpful because very easy to get added fat that way. At least I don't do well with rendered fats. So much easier to eat butter or drink heavy cream. That's the general gist for me. And for protein, I'd say look at something like a gram per centimeter of height. The more you can eat, the merrier, but at some point you get diminishing returns and it's difficult to eat a lot of it.
That's true. Yeah, unless you're really breaking down tissue and doing a lot of physical activity, there's a threshold of protein about, which is probably a gram per pound or 2 grams per kilo. But above that, you've got to be a bit more physically active to basically make any use of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I did manage. I think that when I actually broke a plateau, because I did have a period in my first like 6 months of carnivore, I was still having all those adaptation issues and everything. But so I did undergo recomposition. I did gain quite a bit of muscle while losing some body fat, and then it stabilized a bit. But then I actually managed to break the plateau again, and that's when I started having more eggs and just more food in general. But I feel like the eggs helped out a lot. Like the eggs feel really powerful for some reason, but and for many reasons actually. And that's also when I was eating. Most days I was eating above 200 grams of protein. And for reference, I am 1 meter 73 height, and currently 74 kilos. Back then I used to be like 68 or something. So I've come quite a bit.
Yeah,
And-
you're a bit of a runt.
Yep.
Yeah. Your size was much. You were struggling to put any muscle.
Yeah.
So that's the other thing about eggs, which is really good, and it's a good point to bring up, is that you've got rich collagen and rich amino profile of the branch chains as well. So it's a very good. It covers all the actual the different. Well, it has all the aminos required to build a chick. So it's got a very good profile. Its utilization is one of the highest, being 49% compared to meat being 32%. So you're actually going to get more bang for your bucks. It's very high in cholesterol, which is good, and it's very high in phospholipids, which are also very important for cell membranes and a lot of other work in the body, neurotransmitters, you name it, everything. So I consider eggs a superfood if you can tolerate it. And, different ways you're getting down. I mean, how did you consume? I found that the easiest way for me to consume a lot of eggs was raw. If I wanted to consume a lot of eggs, just swallowing them down is much easier. I do like them fried. I have to say, I do like fried eggs. Is my favorite. Poached is my second favorite. Then boiled. Boiled is just for convenient purpose, but I don't enjoy them as much.
Yeah, me neither. Believe it or not, my favorite way to consume eggs is scrambled omelets, but I get stuffed pretty quickly unless there's bacon, and if I want it even more, I will add some cheese. So,
Yeah, I find with bacon I can consume more eggs as well. I'll have to agree with you on that. So if I do like beef bacon or do pork bacon, in particular beef bacon, I think I actually can consume more eggs when I do beef bacon. I don't know why. Don't ask me. It just seems to go down much easier. Sometimes I can have that, and I say I could do a few extra eggs, and then I'll just do the pan still warm. I'll just turn it on again, and just do another 6 eggs. So I could sort of do that. Have you had that experience yourself?
Yeah, actually, yes. It's now that I'm wondering, I think that the fact that it's cured, smoked, makes a big difference. But I'm wondering if I could just get something like plain pork belly, fry it up in the pan and make an omelette with that. I wonder how it would taste, because I never tried doing that.
Yeah, I actually did it. I did a bit of an experiment with pork belly, and I found it that it actually provided on its own a bit of satiation, which made it more difficult to consume other things. So that was my experience. I don't know what your experience is going to be, but I've found that beef bacon in particular was, I don't know why, if anybody has ever tried beef bacon, it seems that the combination, I can consume more eggs. With pork bacon, I can consume slightly less, but also more than just general. But if I do like chops or meat or stuff like a steak or whatever, I find it really hard. It may be the quantity may be playing a role here as well, but I've actually played with similar quantities, so I'm not convinced that it's only that.
I'm wondering now, because when I started carnivore, I actually tried eating like mincemeat together with the eggs, like for my first meal of the day. But eventually I just started separating things. Like whenever I wanted to eat eggs, I would eat mostly eggs and like very little of anything else. And for my main meat meal, I just want to eat meat and like nothing else. I don't really know why.
I'm thinking, I just thought about something. I could be completely wrong, but I just thought about, when you actually, if you eat raw meat, which I've eaten, a number of other people, you can't put as much meat down. Bacon, you cook it for longer, where you don't, and so you're breaking it down. It's easier to digest in terms of volume, because you're taking some of the moisture out as well. Where with raw meat, it sort of seems a bit more filling in that regard. So that's probably where it's happening. That makes more sense, but that's just an N of one. Obviously, anybody can claim, well, Harry, I haven't had that experience. There's probably going to be outliers out there for everything. That's the reality. Just watch the milk is for babies. Great info. Thanks for everything. Harry got a question regarding milk and meat diet. Can this be healthy if consuming more milk, high carbs, 2-3 liters? I do not recommend that amount, 2 or 3 liters. Unless you're a bodybuilder doing a lot of physical activity and stuff like that, nah. Let alone it's very expensive at that level to buy that amount, so, and you don't need it, so, and if you want to try and get certain nutrients, it's much better to consume cheeses that are going to give you greater density in terms of protein and micronutrients in comparison to milk. Milk, I see it more as a low density food, which I enjoy, but I don't see it as, I wouldn't base my diet around milk. I have a glass of milk a day and that's about it. As I said, I don't have problems with people doing 2 or 3, but I just stick it to about a glass of milk. Sometimes I'll have a bit more. And even when I'm having coffee, I'm just having a small amount of milk in the coffee. So even if I have 2 coffees, it still doesn't, at that time, it's probably nearly 2 glass. If I have 3rd coffee, it'll combined with the coffee, with the milk on its own that I'll have in the evening at home, the raw milk. So that's work milk that I'm having, which is pasteurized, obviously, for coffee. So in that regard, I probably have 2 glasses of milk a day. But most of the times, if I'm not having a lot of coffee and stuff like that, it may end up being 1 or 1.5 or something like that. I don't encourage people, if somebody's young and they are building up tissue and stuff like that, they want to sort of do exercise and a lot of that, and they want the anabolic effects of milk and they're physically active, I've got no problems. Eggs, a couple of liters of 2 liters of milk, a lot of eggs, and stuff like that. A lot of the great bodybuilders use that method. They were having meat steak and eggs, and a lot of milk products. So a couple of litres they used to have, depending on how large the person was. You know, if somebody was average height, probably a litre and a half. Somebody that was really large, like Sean Baker or whatever, probably up to 2 or 3 litres. So that's not I don't have a problem with that if you're physically active quite a bit. It'll be just a blip from the physical activity itself. So it's really up to considering those sort of things, taking into consideration. So yes, that's sort of my focus anyway on things like that. I like your L, the Greek L, Lakoniko. Actually, my genetics are primarily from Laconia, from the south, or from the Peloponnese. In that regard. Oops. I've got my ancestry stuff. I think I showed it ages ago, but probably people haven't seen, so they have changed it. I still have to use that like the old, my old file, because the $99 one, they removed a lot of things, which was annoying. So yeah. Sometimes if it doesn't come up on my search, I'll go straight in and go, oh, there it is. Here. Oops. So that's my 23andMe report. Hold on. I'll bring it down a bit. Yep. Yeah. A bit. There it is. Quite clear. So that's the old Anatolian, which is this sort of the Levantine and all that. In Cyprus, this is much higher. This specific genetic. Oh, go away. See, Cyprus. So you'll. That's the thing, when you actually try and enlarge it, it actually makes it very hard. Now I'm in the wrong thing. Okay. Oh. Okay. It's never been like that. I don't know why it's actually playing up like this at the moment. Let me try this again. It's just all over the damn place. I'll just let it run for a while because it's just gone crazy a bit. Usually works properly. I just wanted to show where my prime heritage comes from. Actually, my father's family, because they came across from Crete, and they were in Mani, in an area in the south of Sparta, Mani. It's an area that was sort of, even the Turks sort of just got them to pay tax and could not control them. So pretty much zero on everything else. So it's 99.1 being Greek and 0.9. These are the old yips. So they're not the dominant genes. So there's 0, 0 of all these. So there's none of the Caucasian groups or Armenian or Turkish or traditional Cypriot ones, Coptic or anything else, or Levantine. What this is, this category is this generalized 0.9 that existed in Asia Minor. See, in Asia Minor, you have the Hittites, the Lydians, and all these other groups. They were absorbed within the Greek world. They vanished as a people in that regard, and so that's where that little amount exists, comes from those people that don't exist anymore. But people have different amounts of that group in different parts. Now, the Greek one, to get to it. Okay. If this was stable, as you can see, Peloponnese is the number one, even though I come from the west coast of Greece. Bear with me, it's taking its time. Come on, refresh. If I click on that, will it go to it? Okay. So this is the key area. And this down here, this leg down here, this is where my father's family comes from. So that exact region there. Central Greece is there. Now, from this part up here, this is part of the same province, but it overlaps anyway. But this is a Grenion where I lived as a youngster, did my high school there. But right up here, there's a place called Thermo. My mother's family originates from that. They came down here into these lowlands. There's a lake there, Trichonida. But and Mum comes, her family, from Thermo, which is there's some ancient ruins up there. It's a mountainous area. It was, a small city state in the long distant past. So that's where the key areas, and it sort of explains Mum's genetics from here, Dad's genetics from down there. So I see him, I've got more Dad's genetics. I told him that, and he actually put a smile on his face. I said, "Oh, I got more from from where your ancestry is," and he smiled, and I go, "Okay." Luckily, Mum's not around because there'd be a fight now happening. So the rest is from West Coast, which is understandable because this is where my parents primarily lived, in this region around Agriño, when they were younger, and most of their relatives from there. So it makes sense. I've got a bit of Athenian blood, apparently, or from Attica region, which is that there. Then Thessalia, then Central Macedonia, then a bit from the Ionian Islands, a bit from the North Aegean, and a bit from Epirus, which I was surprised us being that close that I'd have so little. And then from the southern Aegean, especially when from the western part of Crete, I know that for Tasmania here, which is right over here, the Sopanoses actually moved between the two because they were, let's say, buccaneers, Greek pirates that used to fight the Sultan's navy. So that's why the three brothers were involved with Karaiskaki, which was the head of the Greek rebellion. They were part of his forces, his captains. So my family's been heavily involved in the War of Liberation and in many other things, political intrigues within the country. So, yeah, so that's primarily my ancestry. This is where Pylos is. That's where Corinth is up there. Sparta is about here. Tripoli is like more or less considered like the center. I've actually been there. I went to the military museum in Tripoli when I was in Greece last time. Actually had an interesting conversation. Plus I ate shitloads of lamb's yogurt from up there. Oh man. Now, lamb's yogurt is the in thing. Absolutely. And I do love your lambda. Anyway, let's move on. You're welcome. Oh, let me just bring us closer. Oh, I can put my hand around you. We should have. I should have provided you with an identical background.
Yes, actually,
just to confuse them. How does Harry do that? He's in Hobart.
Exactly.
Yes. Luke is in Brazil.
If I could get a green screen up and you sent me a picture of your wall or something like that.
Yeah, that's it. I've lived close to a wheat field for over 10 years and noticed my health problems started back then. Now carnivore, fixing my leaky gut. Should I still try to move somewhere else? Biggest problem is glyphosate, and it does get in the air as well. So it can spread around, and you can ingest it as you're outdoors in that environment. Roundup as it's called in Australia. Australasia. But yeah, it is a damn problem. Yeah, I personally, what I would do, yes, I would look for a different part, for another place. But I don't know what your situation is, your family and all that. I can't tell you. You have to work that out yourself, mate. I never advise people how to live their lives. I just provide information to people. Lost Dragon, Phyllis. I don't like, because it's not my place to tell you how to. You're a free man. Live your life. Use my information and then make decisions as a man. So that's what we should all do. Including women as well, making their choice. As humans, we need to make choices of the sort of environment we put ourselves in. Yeah, some people do. That's true. So it's always consider the fact. Seems like Germany and the US watched your video on the Russia-Ukraine war. Now they want to send tanks in prep for the incoming Russian armor once the ground freezes. Probably did. No, I'm just joking. I don't think. I mean, they are thinking strategically as well. I mean, they're not fools. They realise the problem is they've left it very too late to train somebody to use a modern day tank because it's quite sophisticated. It takes months. What they're trying to do is they're hoping that they can get about 100 tanks or maybe of these modern tanks in there. But as people would point out, warfare isn't won by tanks. You know, it's combined arms. It's a combination of, tanks, infantry, fighting vehicles, which can actually dismount troops and protect tanks. If you take a look, if you go back in the old Indian armies, they had like these big tanks, which were called elephants. And they used to fight with elephants, but they had troops down on the ground around the elephants to protect the elephant. So a tank is only as effective as its protection. You know, it's so it can be at risk from, counter attack from all sorts of things. And if it's on its own without any infantry supporting it, infantry can get close enough. It's very hard to shoot infantry if they are taking cover from terrain, move in close. They can fire on the side of a tank as something that's least expensive. And even if they don't destroy the tank, they can disable its engine with something as simple as, a grenade or a grenade launcher. So, will it make a big difference? I don't think so. What I did say was that they needed to basically bring in some additional armor for sure, but I also said that they need to basically build up obstacle course. That means they need to put a whole lot of obstacles. Like the best obstacle and the cheapest obstacle is massive minefields. The Americans could fly over aircraft and lay mines all over the place. The problem is, if you've got civilians in those areas, that's a risk to civilian population then. So there's no easy solutions. I'm just telling you that what I would do, I would have withdrawn all the civilians beyond the river to the west side and pretty much laid mines left, right, and centre, and put obstacle courses like a lot of trenches, like cutting in trenches using bulldozers and all sorts of excavators and stuff like that, building up trenches and barrier walls and placing, we're talking about fortifications. You don't need to man fortifications necessarily like in the First World War. They just get obliterated, any troops that are in those fortifications. You need maneuver. You need to move. You can't stay in one place. But fundamentally, you need to impede the speed of somebody. Then you can use HIMARS and artillery and stuff like that to destroy those mechanized units that are slowing down because of minefield clearance. But at the same time, if the Russian, now that they've got a general that's been getting some success, and now that he's been appointed as head of because he is an Air Force general, so he's been put back to control the Air Force, he will provide a lot of air cover and a lot of suppression of the enemy. So, they've left it really too late. I mean, it's getting close to the time when the Russians are ready to pounce. It is really hard unless you get the civilians out fast, which I can't see how you can get them out in a month, and then place a whole lot of mines, which take months to place, to protect, even if the Americans were flying over aircraft to lay a lot of mines, they still wouldn't be able to cover sufficiently. They may be able to cover certain areas which are more vulnerable. That means that areas that are harder to defend, that mechanized units can move fast through them because the terrain is very flat. So in those sort of environments, and most of Ukraine, unfortunately, is, especially in the south. So even at this stage, it's late in the piece, so to speak. Yeah. I think they've really made some blunders, major blunders in the way and let alone they've been using their forces to hold on to territory rather than to restrict, rather than actually achieving any strategic goals that are viable. Rather than actually attacking the Russians, let the Russians build up their forces, withdraw, move back, build, use those troops rather than sitting around waiting for the Russians to attack. Get them out there to build, as I said, obstacle courses to impede armored attacks. But they're not, they're not doing any of that sort of stuff. They're not using excavators to dig up, to create trenches. They're not doing anything of that sort, using mines or whatever. It's like, yeah, we'll rely on the HIMARS and we'll rely on this sort of stuff. I think they're going to be obliterated once the Russians get going, because they're very poorly prepared. And I think even the Germans are sort of sitting back and saying, oh, well, you send tanks. I mean, American tanks are useless. They require a lot of energy. They've got gas turbines. They require a lot of, they're not diesel powered. They're just useless for that purpose. And again, even the Leopard tanks, if they were to put there, they'd suffer the same fate as the Turks found out in Syria, where a lot of them were lost. Again, for the same reasons, they weren't providing sufficient infantry support and protection, combined arms. Something a lot of militaries do sometimes neglect. And the way I've seen some of the way the Ukrainians have sort of managed their own sort of forces, it's pretty piss poor as well. So it's not going to make much of a difference. It's going to be more equipment sent over there to be wasted, which means that it leaves Western Europe and Central Europe vulnerable to a conventional attack. Not that I don't think Russians are, but what if Putin was overthrown and the hardliners took power and saw it as an opportunity? How many forces are there to actually defend Europe? America doesn't even have the sea capability. That means the merchant navy. I mean, Greece has got a bigger merchant navy than the US today. They'd have to rely on the Greek merchant navy to carry equipment to Europe. At the rate that they could actually carry would not be sufficient compared to the Second World War. How are you going to get equipment there? Even if it doesn't go nuclear, just conventionally. They could overrun most of Eastern Europe very fast. So, and force neutrality on those countries as a condition of withdrawal, changing the balance of power completely. If some hardliners, because these hardliners wouldn't be looking at conquering Europe, they'd be looking at forcing a lot of these European countries to regime change. It'd be a regime change in reverse. That's the sort of risk that they open themselves up to. We can't even produce enough. Even America's finding it difficult, like it requires to replace certain equipment up to 3 years. The production. See, the biggest problem is most of Western, you could say Western military industrial complexes being geared not to expensive toys, as I call them, building very advanced aircraft, building very advanced rocket systems and all this sort of stuff, and neglected production of artillery shells, bullets, and a lot of these sort of things that you still need. You can blast people for a certain period of time, but after that, you need to capture territory with troops. They need bullets, and they need other things, food, fuel, those sort of things play a bigger role. And unfortunately, the West is very ill prepared for the adventurism that the Biden administration has forced on the West. This is adventurism gone wrong. You know, a lot of these countries are saying, do we want to continue this bullshit? They don't want to say no to America because America is very powerful and influential at some level. Not as powerful as they used to be. They could say no, but they're not prepared to at this stage. But if their populations become a bit more rebellious in Europe and elsewhere, they will say no. And at that point, you'll see very much a change in climate. The people that's going to be massively sacrificed are going to be the Ukrainians. They just don't know it yet. They've already been sacrificed. They've lost a lot of people, you know. So there was an opportunity before the war. The American administration, the Biden administration, let's be quite clear, that lunatic, that demented lunatic in the White House, listened to the lunatics in the State Department that have always been lunatics. You know, for them, it's they're still fighting the Soviet era war. They haven't changed. They've still got the same old Brzezinskiite lunacy. Even Trump realized that and said these people are just, you know, Russia's not the Soviet Union. While they have concerns for their own security, but so did America back in the Cuban Missile Crisis. So, and even there, they didn't win it. They compromised. In the end, they compromised. That's how it all happened. They took the missiles out, the short-range missiles and intermediate-range missiles out of Turkey and Italy, mostly out of Turkey, and pretty much the Russians took theirs out of Cuba. But they sold it to the public as if it was a compromise on the Russian side and a victory by Kennedy. They spun it. Basically, they lied. Simple as that. They had a deal. They compromised. Because that's how we avoid World War III. You compromise, or a nuclear war. And if you don't compromise, everybody starts glowing in the dark. You know, that's what happens. So it's just absolutely crazy for people to be thinking the way they're thinking currently. It's just madness. And let alone, I mean, can you imagine having to rearm a whole lot of woke teenagers? Here, go and fight. They're most likely to switch sides and fight you, or just surrender. I mean, yeah. Maybe send a few of the feminists over to Ukraine. Let them fight. Third wave feminists. Send them all to the.
Oh God.
You know? I mean, they say they can do as well as we can. Yep. Arm them. Yep. Volunteer army of third wave feminists. That's one way the West can be saved. We just get rid of them. Send them as cannon fodder to Ukraine.
You use them as bait.
They can show us how manly they are without even transitioning. Well, they won't have the time to do that. So yeah, it's what can one say? Yes, it's crazy. But that's the sort of the reality we find ourselves. It's a crazy situation. I saw George going, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. It's an Australian thing. Don't worry about it. Looky, we got a few strange things that we do down here. Yeah. Yes, Lukey's probably going in Brazilian. Screwth. What did he bloody say?
Pretty much. Although sometimes it's weird because I have dreams in English at times.
Yeah, look. I have. I'm the same. I have Greek dreams and I have English dreams, and sometimes I have a combination of the two. It's
Exactly.
it's weird. It's weird.
It's really weird.
Yeah, they're the dominant languages. I even had some Indonesian ones in a dream, so I go, where did that come from? But anyway, it's the sort of languages you're closer to, or that you use or you interact with the most. You end up, So I know the feeling. Bilingualism and our funny dream states. Yes, but I look. I think that for the Ukraine to be saved, there'd have to be a miracle at this stage. The Russians are not going to lose. The Russians will basically use anything and if Putin can't get it done, the hardliners that are much more dangerous than Putin, they will go in there, and the hardliners want to use nukes. They don't want to lose. They'd rather turn Ukraine into a wasteland than concede it to the West. Okay? So things could get a whole lot nastier in that regard. I mean, remember, Putin was the guy that actually wanted to join NATO and wanted to join the EU and was told, go away. He didn't want to be the enemy of the West. The West turned its back on him and betrayed him and stuff like that. That's how he feels, that he feels betrayed. And most of those hardliners behind are saying, well, look at what they're doing to you. Why aren't you being harsher? He doesn't want to go in there. That's why he's avoided to killing a lot of civilians. That's why, he hasn't, unleashed. Now he's unleashed some of the tough hardliners, and they're taking over the military forces, and they're bombing the living daylights out of the Ukraine, destroying all its infrastructure and all that. They're actually, now is war. This is what happened in Iraq when the Americans went in. They knocked out all the infrastructure. They knocked out everything. They blew up everything. They turned the country back centuries. That's what you do. You want to basically cripple a country completely. That's how you conquer it. That's how it's always been done in history. You go, you knock down the castle. It's nothing new. Up until now, it was, let's see if we can get a deal. Now they're telling him, you either win or we'll have your head. He knows it. So Putin's got, there will be a regime change in Moscow if he loses, but it won't be an American regime change. It will be a hardliners, and they will come to dominate, and they will put hardliners in power. And those people are not going to sit around playing games. They're going to launch Russia into a war economy or partial war economy, and they're going to unleash hell on earth. They're going to make sure that there is not a Ukraine left by the time they've finished. There's going to be nothing left for the Americans or anyone else to use. They've actually said it quite clearly, even in the Duma, in their own parliament, that we need to liquidate Ukraine. So these people are coming. So the Ukrainians better hope and pray that Putin wins, because the others who are coming after, they're going to be far more revengeful and angry, and they're going to do a whole lot worse. So, yeah. And that's the problem when you listen to a demented lunatic like Biden, who's still living in the past and thinks that America is great. America's bankrupt. It's so much, it has so much debt and is in such poor state. It can't even, only 30% of its military are even able to turn up. Its soldiers. It has no capacity whatsoever to fight a European war or any major war. The last thing you want to be doing is poking the bear and unleashing hell on earth. I mean, what are they thinking? The problem is Americans are not saying anything. Americans are just jingoistically going along with it. A lot of them, unfortunately. As I say, tell them to volunteer, send them over, all the woke. Give them only one bullet. They won't need more. They can use it on themselves. What videos do I play? I mean, I've played Call of Duty, Ghost Recon, a lot of the Clancy the stuff. Bo's. Oh, thank you, Bo. What else? The Wolfenstein series, from the first one. Actually, sometimes occasionally I get bored and I'll play the whole series from the first one to right through. So in the past I played Raven Shield and a whole lot of other things and the Unreal stuff and those sort of games of the past. But I haven't really played that sort of stuff. I really loved Serious Sam. That was funny, actually. It's just overwhelming. If you've ever played it, it's just like absolute mayhem. And I've played all the series of Serious Sam. That was fun. It's just blowing up everything coming at you. You're in retreat until you can actually take out enough to go to the next level. So, yeah. I still play some of the old games. I still, they play much faster on my current machine, but I still play them. I still enjoy them, So,
nothing like playing all their games faster.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Sometimes, some of the old ones, you can actually get a DOS program that can actually slow them down. You can actually set the actual speed. So they're only, and some of them will crash because you have to force them to use only one. They can't use like all the cores. You have to force them to use only one core. Yeah, because otherwise they'll crash, because they're not designed for multi-threading and stuff like that. So, that's a bit of a problem. Now you know how old I am. I was playing back in my 20s. That's 30 years ago.
Were you ever into the Elder Scrolls series, Harry, or no?
What's that?
Were you ever into the Elder Scrolls games or no?
No, I'm not. No, wasn't into that. But I played a lot of the strategy games as well back then, things like that. We played online, but there wasn't a lot of online in those days. What we used to do is we used to grab our PCs and go and connect them all. So you got a switch. Everybody connects to a switch, and you used to play like that. Back in that sort of era, we're talking about the 90s and all that. I wasn't even running it at work. And then we were told we can't do it anymore.
Sad face.
Yeah, I know. So there was we're playing Doom. I remember I think that was the last one we played, Doom. We're all networked at work and we were playing it with some of my co-workers. And then we were told, well, you can't do this anymore. We've been noticing a lot of traffic. You're slowing down the network. And so we were told, nope. So we were, that was it. And that was the end of that. So, yes, LAN still exists. Yeah, I know. Local area network setups still exist. One of the guys at work, he still works with me, and he is slightly younger than me, but I've known him for years, all the way back since the 90s, and he used to run a LAN gaming up in him and the guy who was the manager of Tandy Electronics. They were sold out, they were absorbed, but he used to provide there, and a couple of others that just used to go up to the showgrounds, take your computer, connect it all up, and it was a local LAN gaming in Tasmania, in Hobart. So I know of all that sort of stuff. I've been involved in that sort of Leisure Suit Larry. You mean Leisure Suit Harry? Yes. Yeah, I know about my youth. You don't have to point it out to me. We used to go down to the Cas casino. We call it the Cas. We truncate everything in Australian. Yeah, for the birds. You know what I mean? For the birds, it's the ladies. So, yeah, back in those days. Up to Regine's. It's a nightclub at the casino. Sort of started up again. I know some of the oldies going, oh, what? And I'm going, I'm not going to reminisce the old days. If my cousin was down here, I probably would. I'd probably go down and play a bit of blackjack and then go up to Regine's, because that's what we used to do, things like that. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, probably. Don't look at your phone as long. Jonathan, you're up very late. In the UK is very late. And he wonders, he's a bit of a night owl, just as bad as me. Well, there you got a thank you, Alberto.
Glad to help.
Yeah, it does help. As I said, if people are doing more dairy, as long as they're doing the training, it will go to muscle. You know, if they're not training in the sedentary, yeah, it can go to your waistline, like with Tracy. So if you're doing dairy, you need to basically be a bit more physically active, like the Maasai. Anyway. Yes, exactly. Blue blocking glasses. Laugh out loud. Thanks for reminding me. Exactly. You should be wearing blue blocking glasses at night. It's late where you are. You're not wearing your blue blocking glasses, so your melatonin is in the toilet. No wonder I can't get to sleep. Yeah. I'm looking at that Harry guy. What does he actually say to do at night? Oh, I try. Go ahead.
By the way, I've been having interesting experiences because it's not every day I can do that because of when my work shift is over. But sometimes I'll go just nearby here. There's like a nice view of the horizon, and I'll actually sun gaze, but only when the sun is like really close to the horizon, when it's like really, really weak. And I've noticed that it makes me really, really sleepy, like to the point I could fall asleep like a couple hours before the usual time.
Well, now you know why I say that evening light and that early sets your circadian clock. Most people don't go out at that time. I'm at work.
Yep.
Usually I'll walk out and get that light. And even in winter, before it's 5 o'clock, because usually becomes dark here, I'll walk out before that, sync my thing, and when I go back, I'll wear my blue blocking glasses. So I'm protecting myself from blue light at work. And then I'll head on home in that regard. And when I get home, I'll still, put blue blockers on. And that does make a difference. That's why, I sleep fine. And I've done the experiments where I've used no blue blocking, and I can tell you I was struggling to get to sleep from the melatonin being in the toilet. And yeah, so it does make a big difference. So the taurine in the evening together with the actual blue blocking has made a lot of difference in improving my sleep, where before I was struggling getting up in the evening at night and stuff like that. So I was struggling as well. So it's just, diet is not everything. It's fundamental to your health, but there are other aspects, good sleep and your environment, which is exposure to things. You're an animal, always the one with the funny remarks. Are you sure you're not on a sad diet? Oh, I don't see Randall Cycle around. He usually is. There's another guy called Randall Cycle. He's not around. for me to make that comment. You should hook up with with Randall Cycle.
It's like my
Raymond.
diet may be sad, but my jokes are happy.
Yeah. Hi everyone. May the Stewart be with you. God. Everybody with the cracking jokes. God, can people improve their humor on my channel? People think this is a boring channel. Up your quality. You mentioned sparkling water being insulinogenic before. Can you elaborate on that and whether it would be consumed? I don't think I actually said insulinogenic, the sparkling water. No. If there is like sugar alcohols, certain sugar alcohols, they can be insulinogenic, and they usually are in sparkling waters. They usually put those sugar alcohols. So I would have mentioned it in that context. But sparkling water also, because it's putting, CO2 into your stomach at a time when and it actually acts as an alkaline substance, and it's a problematic for digestion. Now, if you want to drink Perrier water outside that's fine on an empty stomach. That's not a problem. But if you're trying to digest meat in particular, and you're consuming sparkling water, which is going to reduce your acidity or increase your pH, not a good idea. That's why even that one that I actually consumed, the Evian, is mineral water, which is not carbonated. So, yeah. So I don't encourage people to consume carbonated beverages while they're eating, especially animal foods. Actually improves it. Most fat-soluble vitamins with cooking actually improve. So it's the water, but you don't really lose much water because it's still in the fluids of the animal. So unless you're losing a lot of the fluids, that's a different story. So it's not a big issue. The only one that gets affected is vitamin C to some extent, but again, not like massively either. Depends on the different parts of the animal and different things. But in the end, as I say, there's nearly non-existent. There's still a bit of vitamin C in eggs, but it's nearly non-existent, and you can still grow an animal. But it's got the highest protein utilization. Protein utilization is a big thing, and it's very high in hydroxyproline and hydroxylysine and a number of the other amino acids that are involved in collagen. That should tell you something. If you're getting enough of that sort of stuff, your requirement for vitamin C goes down substantially low. So it's not only the impeding of GLUT4 type, receptor site uptake. It's not only that. There's also the question of the quality of protein you're taking. Plant protein is much lower in these important amino acids, which is the type of, you don't have much of these amino acids involved in collagen. And even the when it comes to the essential amino acids, they're usually very poor in a number of them that are required as building blocks to build protein structures and enzymes and many other things in the body. So again, that's why the requirement for vitamin C goes down considerably. And all animals that produce uric acid as an antioxidant and LP(a) for reparative purposes pretty much do not endogenously produce vitamin C. Surprise, surprise. So really, why do somebody need vitamin C? Well, if you're on a veganurized diet, a very poor protein diet, then from the small amount of proline and lysine you get in the plant foods, you need the extra vitamin C for that conversion. So the body's like a Swiss Army knife. Like it can produce bile from cysteine and methionine, but it also can produce it from taurine. And the taurine stuff is actually much better bile quality. You know, it can actually methylate things with one pathway, which is supported by folate, B12, secondary role, B2 and B6. And so that's the other thing where you can get a methylation issue when you have oxalate depleting your B6, because it's being used to deal with the oxalate, and that can actually cause a methylation issue as well, especially people that have got genetics for that purpose. But then you can support the other pathway and deal with that while you're dumping with oxalate. I used to take more choline as a consequence, because the choline betaine pathway, which is another methylation pathway. So, I mean, the body has redundancy to be able to deal. But if you're basically on like those seamen that were on things like just consuming biscuits, dried biscuits and all that, well, the protein quality there is going to be extremely low. So you have very little, no vitamin C, very little protein. No wonder you end up with scurvy. Napoleon's army also had a lot of these biscuit type things. A lot of them did. And then they had to just raid the local communities or the areas that they moved into for food off the farmers. They stole off the farmers, basically. Let's just be honest about it. That's what they did. Armies have been doing that for a very long time. It's only in the modern era that it's frowned upon and that's been restricted. But for most of the existence, military just used to raid the farmers, you know, when they moved into an area. So that's what happened. And if you've got a gun, you can get somebody else's food. So pretty much when we look at, I know I'm going on a bit of a rant, but I think it's important. Going outside the original question, which I've covered, but I thought it was, you know, it's an important thing to cover, that this is why a lot of these people are confused about vitamin C. It is not required on a carnivore diet or a species appropriate diet in any great number. You know, when you consume it quite a bit, you end up with a lot of oxalate. That's how the body tries to get rid of it, because it's not required. Very little is required. You know, the majority is actually already gotten as an amino acid of hydroxyproline, hydroxylysine. A hydroxyl group is on it, already stuck on it, and it gets through as that. So, you know, it's only people that don't eat enough animal foods and don't get enough of these amino acids. That is when the body requires substantially more, and especially if there's the struggle, it's sort of competing on the GLUT receptor to produce more of this. Remember, also the Krebs cycle also produces certain amino acids. It's involved in that production of them, you know. So, you know, so you basically, that's where the vitamin C is heading to do some work there as well, some production of materials. So that's, but if you're already getting it in the diet, well, the requirement plummets. And that is why Napoleon was able to give his troops, even though they're eating a lot of carbohydrates at the same time, and so that have an increase in blood sugar, which impedes the uptake of vitamin C. Cooked meat, apparently with these crackpots, destroys it completely. Anyway, we'll leave that aside. But the cooked meat that Napoleon was giving to his troops was dealing with a problem. So was healing the scurvy. It goes against everything these crackpots have to say. You know, Joey had scurvy. He has no idea what scurvy is. Scurvy kills. It's major connective tissue damage and extreme levels of matrix metalloproteinases that are activated under that sort of inflammation. You know, if you're, you know, so you can actually do a test to work out what's the activation of matrix metalloproteinase in your system. And from that, you can actually know if those enzymes are up. You can do a test on those. It's expensive, but there's a couple of labs that do it for other purposes, for cardiovascular and other diseases. But if you actually see in the bloodstream a lot of MMPs, well, you can say, there is inflammation there. The body's actually producing far more of these collagen degrading enzymes. I wonder why. And what is scurvy? Collagen breakdown. So, you know, what actually impedes it? Animal foods that have got taurine. Taurine inhibits it, and many other substances in animal foods. The fat soluble vitamins that regulate it to a normal physiological range. So these guys have no idea what they're talking about because they don't understand biochemistry and physiology, as Bart would say. And that is why they're talking shit, crap, excrement, you know, and people shouldn't be listening to them, let alone these people advising or consulting people. God almighty, with that sort of knowledge that they have, brilliant knowledge that they have. I'm being facetious for those who didn't understand. Friggin' hell.
Okay, but you see, you have to remove the coffee because doing vegetable juices instead is much healthier.
Exactly. You know, the coffee's the problem. We've got all these other problems. The coffee's the big problem. Nobody, not even me, Bart, or anyone would actually support that coffee is a health food. No. Yes, it does have a bit of niacin, does have certain polyphenols that are touted to do certain things. It's all, you could say, associated studies, so I don't give much credence to that nonsense. But, you know, it's nothing that I actually find of any value, what these people are arguing or anything like that. It's just nonsense. Oh, thank you, Kate. Good to see you here. Yes, hit that like button. Thoughts on liver with high copper, which then lowers zinc, and then your liver can't use vitamin A and thus can't make glucose. That's the reason why liver eaters end up eating carbs. Possibly. Yeah. It does cause a bit of a, too much copper can cause derangements in some of the other minerals. That's true. Actually, if you get enough taurine in your diet, so by eating certain muscle meats and stuff like that, and certain other things that have got a bit of extra, what it will do is actually increase the excretion rate of copper and other minerals and stuff like that if they're in excess. Also, vitamins A can be excreted if it's too much. Even though I say stay below the certain physiological ranges, I don't recommend people overdo it. But the body can cope with certain increases. At the end of the day, it's the health of your liver that counts more than anything else, because it can store quite a bit if it's healthy. If it's not healthy, that's a different issue altogether. Yeah, copper can be a bit of a problem, but no populations that I know ever consume massive amounts of liver, especially every day or whatever, massive amounts. It'd be a small treat, a small bit here, like even the tribal people do, as what I described earlier, as a multivitamin. But if you're eating muscle meat every day, you're getting more than enough nutrients. You don't need it. Unless you've got underlying genetics for choline or other things like I have, because my ancestors are. But I can actually deal with that by eating more eggs, which is even a better source of choline without the high retinol or high copper or anything like that. So it's less of an issue. Yeah, look, I don't know why. You see tribal people, they get the liver and they cut little bits and just hand it out, and a little multivitamin. And, we've got to the stage where everybody's having 100 grams of liver every day. Over vitaminosis is just, I don't know, it's just ridiculous. People have just, what can one say? But at the same time, I don't believe in very low vitamin A either. There's a physiological range for everything. I think about 5,000 is probably where you want to be, again, with vitamin D for most of the time. And then anything that you get from the sun, the body will regulate. Even though you can create anywhere between 10,000 to 20,000 IUs a day in the sun. The difference is how much the body will create will depend on your needs. When you take a pill, you're actually forcing something into your body. When you're actually getting it from the sun, you're actually setting the range and all that. Obviously, not all of us like Lukey live in the tropics that can do that, the sun stuff. If I move to the tropics on retirement day, obviously I won't be taking any vitamin D pills with me because I won't need them. I'll be getting mine au natural out in the sun. So that's how I'll be getting mine. It's free and better as well. So, but if you're in a cold place with you get very little, and there's a lot of spiky stuff floating around in the environment, well, you need to deal with it somehow and protect yourself. And that's why I do what I do, and I make sure that I use the least problematic vitamin D, which is in a coconut based rather than anything else. The only other issue with a coconut based could be salicylates, could be an issue that's for some people. You can get vitamin D, which is plain, has nothing else. It's in a chalk type thing, tablet, they usually have them, and you just combine it with some cream, so fat soluble for better absorption. Solutions to anything, if people want to, So, yes. Anyway, highly anticipated evolution and germ theory leads to self-destruction, nihilism by Joey, coming soon to a theatre near you. Yeah, more nonsense, I suspect.
Heavy nonsense. Still haven't watched it.
Just absolute nonsense it will be.
Yeah.
See, I reject both theories completely because neither of them, both of them are basically, very narrow in their thing. It's a bit like the oncogenes and the mitochondrial disease.
Yep.
It's an interplay between the cell and the mitochondria. There's this delusion that these things just work separately. They don't. It's the same thing with your gut and your own body inside. Your own body inside is interacting with germs, and germs can be pathogenic, any type of germ, pathogenic, neutral, just hitching a ride, or can be beneficial to an organism. That means coexistence, and the body won't fight it because it considers it having a beneficial role. So there's a lot of nuancing of that. These sort of narrow ways these theories work, every germ needs to be knocked out is illogical. But on the other hand, it doesn't mean that things like measles, tuberculosis, and things like that don't kill. They definitely do kill many people. And even tribal people have died being exposed to these things. North American Plain Indians also had exposures to these things, and a number of them died. The ones that were further away and had less exposure to the viral load had secondary exposure because of their good diet, animal-based diet. They were more robust, but also they were getting a lower viral load. They were in an environment with a lower viral load coming back one or two people, and so they didn't have as many losses. So if the germ theory was, so if germs that can't kill was, a falsehood like the other crowd promotes, the terrain crowd, it's all kumbaya symbiosis, then there should have never been anyone that died from bacteria or any of the other stuff if they were on a species appropriate diet. That wasn't the case. The Mongol hordes, when they attacked Middle East and Europe and all that, a number of their people died from certain diseases, and they were pastoralists and, very much, you could say, animal based. So some of them, not many compared to the others, but still they had some losses amongst their forces, their troops. So to say that a species appropriate diet is going to protect you from every single disease on the planet, that's just absolute nonsense. Good vitamin D status, a good taurine status and all that means that you're going to be far more robust. You're going to reduce. See, what they couldn't do that back then. We can. That's the difference. I can maintain, somebody that lives in Mongolia will always have a slightly lower vitamin D until you get to the modern era where you've got vitamin D tablets you can take and bring it up to the levels of people in the tropics. That's why people in the tropics can put up and persist with far more diseases, because the majority are tropical diseases. Why? Again, and it's only the being on agricultural food, which they are in the tropics, which makes them vulnerable over time. So that's the other thing. But when it comes to, for us, modern era, we know that quite clearly from research that that the immune system, when it fights off pathogens, what happens to the immune system? It becomes aged. Immunosenescence is called. When they were coming up with these theories in the past, they had no idea about immunosenescence. Okay? Which is very critical.
Harry, here's something for you. Don't know if I mentioned this before, but I actually had, still have, because you can't get rid of it easily, but I did have toxoplasmosis active, and I still have the antibodies for it. So
yeah,
exactly. That's something to consider, I guess.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, I had a really bad malaria or dengue fever. I don't know, because I didn't get it diagnosed at the time, and I was knocked out for days. I was so bad, bedridden for days. I survived it, and after that, I've noticed I've been in malaria and dengue type environments, and I'm far more robust. Obviously, the diet's better, but I'm sort of far more robust. But if I'm in those areas, the first thing that I do is, obviously, vitamin D I don't have to worry about. But I do have to definitely deal with other things. And that's, the making sure that I take my powder of taurine with me to protect my immune system from immunosenescence. That's the sorry. That's the critical part of the other leg in the thing. So vitamin D obviously will help with new stem cells, so new naive T cells and other. Well, it won't only produce naive T cells; it will produce other parts of the immune system as well. The naive T cells are very important, and the reason I mention them is they play an important role in dealing with diseases. So younger people that have got more naive T cells in their thymus tend to be more robust when it comes to disease. Like when they're very young, they don't have as many. And as they grow and their thymus grows into their teenage years, their thymus becomes bigger, and the amount of naive T cells they have in there are much greater in numbers. So that gives them greater robustness. If they survive childhood, they are much stronger after that. And their T cells have also been trained by having to deal with a lot of different things in the environment and become more better at doing their job. And then on top of that, as we get old, we end up with more cytokine T cells, because our T cells become more aged, more damaged, more compromised. And those cytokine ones, when they do respond, if they're not regulated by vitamin D, then they can kill. It's called a cytokine storm. But if you can actually use things like taurine that causes apoptosis and gets rid of these cytokine T cells and lower the threshold and then produce, because taurine is also required not only for the immune, to protect the immune system from senescence, but also goes into the thymus, prevents remodeling of the thymus. That means a shrinking of the thymus as you get old. Like the heart, it prevents it from remodeling from excessive exercise. Does the same thing with a lot of things. It's, as I said, a great regulator. It's a master regulator, which is what I've been trying to push across for some time now. And in the thymus, it also plays a role in the activation of these naive T cells. So you end up with more naive T cells and less damaged immune cells overall, and that's going to make a big, big difference. Anyway, so that's the most important. Now, don't worry, mate. I'm fine. And Kate, send a super chat. Yeah, you can send a super chat if you want to. George, damn, YouTube didn't give me a notification. Yeah, I know. Yeah, even with Bart's, the one that he was doing, I came in late on the Joey, so it sort of already started, and I came in. I did because I was waiting for that, and it just didn't come up. And then I noticed it. I come out and I go, oh shit, it's already started. So I jumped on, left a few comments as one would. Yes. Yeah, I know the feeling. Suck an egg. That was my comment. Yes. Foul mouth. But we still love you. Yes. Just turns up to piss on everyone and then goes. Yep, not a problem. I am. You take care of yourself. Yes. Well, some people, it depends. It depends when it comes to the way people react to casein. It's varied. It's one of those things. But I've actually done even people that thought that they actually reacted to casein. It wasn't even that. It was just sort of some gut microbiome derangement. Once it was sorted, they were fine again. So it's, unless you actually do an actual test, like they do those sensitivity tests.
The IgG,
yeah. Unless you do one of those, people speculate. Like Joey, oh, I got scurvy. Really? Do you know
there
what
are
scurvy
things.
looks like?
Yep. No, but it's this is actually a good thing to explain, because from what I gather, there are things like true, quote unquote, true allergies, where someone actually has.
That's true.
Yeah, no, it's like a genetic component. They actually have antibody mediated reactions, and those are much more apparent. And you have things that are more cell mediated, that are usually related to leaky gut. That's a hypersensitivity type of thing. And this type of thing is usually able to be fixed. But the true allergies, usually they cannot be fixed, as far as I understand, at least. Oh, wow.
Yes, I think we've frozen.
Yep.
We've unfrozen. Yeah, I've been having problems today with StreamYard. Actually, like sharing stuff. It's been, I don't know why. It just seems, and even before when I tried, it dropped out a couple of times. It actually just dropped out, and I had to reshare it. I go, what the hell's going on? Okay, this is what scurvy really looks like. See that? That's not bleeding gums. Do you see that? The the actual collagen itself is breaking down.
Yeah, oh God.
Okay, that's what it's not. It's not bleeding gums. Bleeding gums can be from an infection, can be from a number of things, but that is what it really is. And certain bacterial strains can also cause bleeding gums. Were you kissing anyone, Joey? Because picking up
Harry.
certain bacterial strains that can cause the bleeding gums. I wonder.
I just
Maybe it was
remembered.
maybe it was from Varus. So that's what it is. Look what the skin looks like. Look at the sort of derangements in collagen.
No, you've
You
made
you also get these lumps on top. That's what the teeth look like. It's a breakdown in the collagen structure. You get this blood in your legs. See this? It's a collagen structure breakdown. These are collagen. See, all the teeth are bad. This is all collagen skin breakdown.
No, he has no idea what he's talking about. I just remembered something. You're showing me this. I just remembered something because I actually got a
See the
major
leg there?
bleeding.
See that leg there?
Yep.
Now that same thing can also happen if you take like blood thinners for a long time, and you can actually end up with injuries like that. Not as bad as that, but still like that. But that's what we're calling. See all the breakup, how it puffs up, all this puffiness that actually happens. That's because the collagen is breaking down. It's been there's a lot of matrix metalloproteinase in there that's deranging the collagen structures. That is really what scurvy is all about. And even he got it wrong. It's not that. That's not scurvy. Another crackpot. Scurvy is these sort of really deranged situations. That's what real scurvy. People don't even know what it is. But anyway.
No, yeah, but that's what Joey is going to be saying for a long time. He's going to say, "Oh, but it was low grade scurvy."
Nonsense.
Absolutely. But I just remembered actually. I myself got major bleeding in my guns at one point. I think it was about 4 to 5 months in. I don't really remember. It actually scared me a little bit. I was like, "What the hell is this?" But it turns out, I think it was the mouth microbiome shifts and you start chewing on me.
That could also do it.
Yeah.
So as you're getting a gut microbiome shift, certain bacteria can overgrow, trying to save themselves, and they can actually, some of these ones are ones that can actually cause some issues with the gums, like inflammation in the gums.
Yes.
And so you're getting inflammation in the gums, and that can actually cause bleeding as well. But that's not scurvy. People need to understand scurvy is major collagen breakdown. That's what scurvy is. So he has no idea. I mean, if you look at his face, it has no signs of scurvy.
Exactly.
Forget about the teeth. You have to also have some facial stuff which actually shows discolorations and stuff like that are happening. Major. Now, you can actually get discolorations for other reasons, like anaphylaxis and other things. So people need to understand that. But if you've got a lot of symptoms like collagen derangements around your body, and they're obvious, Portuguese like me should make in their diet due to ancestry. Now, depends which genes you've acquired from the Italian background. Now, southern Italy, it has a lot of Greek genetics, very high in them. Some of the populations there are, you could say, pretty much Greek genetically. They just don't know it. Some of them are knowing it now that are on 23andMe, and they're looking at the genetics and go, "Oh, we're part of that Hopla group," and they are quite surprised. So it's actually throwing up a lot of things like that as people are finding out that they're related to other groups which they never knew that they were. But in terms of most people within that region, there is 3 possibilities. you may have a slight reduction in carotenoid conversion, just slight, not a massive, just slight. I've got a 32% reduction. That it varies. It's not like the Irish, like severe, but it varies in that regard. So you need to make sure, if you're getting a certain amount, you should be okay. But I wouldn't go to liver. So just, let's not go crazy in that regard. We're not talking about massive amounts. We saw with a couple of additional eggs can be rectified. So that's one. The other thing that there could be a couple of issues there, maybe some of the methylation stuff, like choline. So yeah, in that regard. Anyway, it's 2:00, guys, and I have to. I'm going to be pissing off and being somewhere. And does autophagy occur for ocular eyes and can? It happens everywhere. Autophagy happens in every tissue of your body. The moment you fast, actually, the best thing for eye health is high doses of taurine. Taurine is the eyes are the only tissue in the body that has the biggest concentration of taurine, even more than heart. Most people think heart, it has a lot of taurine. No, it's not the case. So, yes. But I would prioritize taurine. Now, you do know the safety thing. Certain medications can react, and I do have a video, so do check those things out. YouTube takes 30%. Yeah, they do, which is the reality. But I haven't set up anything in that regard because I'm not. That's not the purpose of my channel. If people want to give me a donation, buy a coffee like Dom does or a few others, that's fine. It's up to people. I don't make a request for it. I do have a day job, but yeah. Okay, so we'll make this the last one, and then we'll pull any chance of having Mary back on for an update on what she has been up to lately. Yeah, it's actually, I've sort of probably neglected a bit getting back to people in that regard. There's one person that recently contacted me, so I'll be doing a thing with her. And so, still waiting on Jonathan to set up something so I can come onto his channel and say a few things as well. So he has mentioned.
By the way,
yes,
Jonathan did say he wanted to interview me at some point. Let's not forget about that.
Yes, Jonathan. Yes, don't forget your close friends. You've been interviewing a whole lot of other people, and I think I'll actually contact her. I did contact her. The last time I contacted her, she was in South Africa, just about to go to the US because with a partner to go and see her parents. And then I sort of really, with a whole lot of other things that were happening in my life, it sort of, I became a bit too involved with other things and forgot to get back to her. So I will touch base with her, Kate, because I did want to ask her because she went and saw the sand people, the Kalahari, the Bushmen, and then she went to South America as well for a period of time. I think she went straight to the US then from South Africa, then went back down. I don't know whether she's in Greece or not. I do not know her schedule, but yes, I will contact her because she's a wealth of information, a bit like me, about a lot of things. She's seen a lot of things. She goes around. And the thing is, she's a detail person. That's what I like about her. She goes into the details. She brings with her ketones strips and the blood sugar strips, and she tests people and all that sort of stuff, left, right, and center. I don't know how she gets away with it by pricking all these people to get all these tests, but I think she's just got one of those personalities which makes people feel safe with her around, and I think they feel comfortable and all that. And maybe if it was a man, they'd probably balk at it. Being a woman, they'd probably feel a bit more comfortable with her, and she gets away with getting a lot of nuancing, sleeping in their huts or doing this or going around. She really goes to bush in a sense, and she really lives amongst them and observes every detail. And so the problem is that other people just ask the general stuff. And one thing that I've always done myself is I've always asked specific stuff. I've actually sat down and said, oh, what are those specific things that that you sort of do and stuff like that. So, and that's how I've got things that I've learned from them. So it's interesting. Anyway, I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to pull the pin. There's probably a few other people that are here. There's a later stream later on, so you can ask me then.
Work tomorrow.
Yeah, you have work, so you get to work. So you don't need to be turning up on the other stream. Focus on the work, because that's a new job you've got at the moment, and you want to make good impressions. So you do not need to come onto my channel. You can or even interact with my channel, because social media stuff not a good thing at work. So focus on the work in that regard. So I know there's a number of other people asking a whole lot of things. Tips for sedentary lifestyle, health tech. You'll have to ask him later on. He's also asked about EMFs. Actually, I've done a video on EMFs. It's on Bart K's Odyssey channel. There's one, with the 5G stuff and all that. I covered all that sort of stuff about the heat shock proteins and all that, and whether they get activated or not. And it goes into all the experimental stuff and what happens and what doesn't happen. And the stuff and there was a person that had different ideas, and he was on there as well, and me. And that person failed to put anything credible and pretty much stayed quiet for most of the time because he had no argument. But then he went back to his channel and started talking the same nonsense, because that's what people do. They'll either argue profusely and ignore even the stuff that Joey was saying, which is illogical, completely and utterly illogical. Some of the stuff he kept on just like he was like a broken record on certain things. Well, mate, you're actually claiming certain things. Oh, it's how I feel, or how it seems ancestrally. The guy's still wet behind the ears. How would he know how ancestral people lived? He already said a number of things that were wrong, as I pointed out in that live stream and earlier today, that I discussed a few points that he was completely wrong about. So, and then you're advising people when you don't even know your stuff, or you don't even know some basic biochemistry, basic physics, or basic physiology. Bart was picking you up on a lot of those things. He was throwing and going, what the hell? I was hoping you'd throw in the methylation, because remember Bart brought me on to explain methylation once upon a time with, what was it, that Vagoon that was talking shit. And Bart knows that I can actually just really explain it, in a non-scientific way. Because if you can explain it in a non-scientific way, it means you understand it, pretty much. So, yeah, he couldn't even explain, basic sort of stuff. I was just shocked. I was shocked how, I thought, maybe he needs to go to university and learn a few things, at least some of the basics, because exactly, dropping out and going with Verage and Varus to mount goats is not probably a good idea, and it's not going to get him to where he wants to be in life.
Yeah, and it's funny, Harry, you mentioned that, because I see a lot of the people in that bandwagon, the people that have read and worship Agenus. They'll say things like, "Oh, but I have tried this diet. I have read his books and watched his lectures."
Was a moron.
Yeah, and it's like basic a high school level chemistry knowledge.
Basically.
You already spot the nonsense he was saying, because
Exactly.
there's stuff he says that is just bonkers.
Complete crackpot ideas.
You don't even need to go that far. Just
No,
with
no,
high
no.
school chemistry knowledge.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's just absolute nonsense. Nathan, yeah, happy Australia Day to you as well, mate. Yeah, so crumbs.
Richard.
Made it in the end. Richard emerges. Zach's there as well. G'day, Zach. Foilhead's here as well. Good to have you here, mate. Trade R's. He's asked a couple of questions. Yeah. Go and check if you're asking for 5G and all that sort of stuff. I did a thing much earlier. More have to do with the blue spectrum. More has to do with the blue spectrum. The problem is with non-native EMFs, you get a number of these wavelengths. But when we talk about non-native EMFs, it's just not only it's everything. It's your power. The actual, unless you go bush and get away with it, you can't. Your own wiring in the home, that's producing non-native EMF. Not the computer only. Your own power, your fridge is producing non-native EMF. Everything is producing non-native EMF. So unless you cut yourself off civilization, forget it. You're not going to get away with it. The biggest problem is that there are photonic frequencies that are within the spectrum that you don't want, like blue spectrum. Those photonic energies can disrupt circadian clocks in the body. That's why we try to limit them. Like at night, you want to wear blue blocking glasses. You want to expose less of your skin around non-native EMFs, again for the photonic energy, to reduce exposure to photonic energy. These are the things you want to do, but it's to escape photonic energy, it's impossible. So yeah, and that's why I usually recommend people go out in the morning as the sun's coming up. Go out you don't have to look at the sun, don't do that, but go out in the evening as the sun's going down. Why? Because what you're actually doing is you're resetting your clocks, your internal clocks. Go out midday again. So those 3 times a day, go out, and I do it myself. And what it does is sometimes I'll just pop my head out of the window and just, so for a few minutes, and then I'll pop it back in. I've got a reset. I've just done a reset. My own internal clock is reset. And that's what it is. And then it knows exactly what part of the day it is, the clocks. It's that's the master reset, because it's specifically the other stuff. One thing we don't know is there's no experiments out there to know whether this non-native stuff, which is whether the body has adapted and learned, to ignore it in terms of circadian clocks. That's where the jury's out on that side of things. We want to limit it. Obviously, we do know that the melanopsin on our skin isn't that dense. That's the photoreceptors, melanopsin. In the eye, melanopsin is extremely dense. And that melanopsin is what tells the body what time of the day it is to synchronize. It's like you've got atomic clocks for timekeeping. Well, our circadian clocks are doing the same thing, and they're using photonic energy that is being detected, and we are a visual animal. So, we look forward like other predators, and being a visual animal, we are synchronizing our internal clocks with the photonic energy coming through our eyes primarily. Secondarily, there is a bit influenced by the skin, but it's not major. Yes, it is a bit, but not major. The key one is to block with blue blocking glasses like I do in the evenings. You probably noticed me on a number of videos. I'm wearing my blue blocking glasses to knock out completely the blue light And that makes a big difference. It makes a big difference in my body being able to synchronize itself. Look, even if it's Richard at 9 o'clock, as long as I actually don't worry about that late, because our bodies know when it's different periods of the year, because the angle of the Earth in its rotation around the sun on its axis, its relationship with the sun is a different, and it knows that different period, that time will be longer, the day and all that. So our bodies have been exposed over many years to know that. And that information, some say it actually is passed on to even the offspring epigenetically. It's an argument, it's a hypothesis. But yeah, because even babies seem to be able to sync pretty well with those sort of rhythms as well. So yeah, I wouldn't worry about that. It's a matter of syncing yourself. And even in summer, like in winter, you get this change it's more rapid. In summer, it's slower because of the position in terms of the sun. We're over here rotating like this, and the southern hemisphere, when it's summer, it's also closer slightly in its elliptical orbit, slightly, so it's more bright compared to the northern hemisphere. And the northern hemisphere will be over here at the other end, rotating there. So it has a different angular momentum as well, relationship to the actual sun as well. All these things do make a difference in terms of our clock settings and all that in different areas. That's why I always say, when I'm going to an area, I always make sure that I do everything according to the area that I'm going to, so I can sink myself in as fast as possible. I'll sleep through the daytime. I'll put, I'll cover my eyes. I've got actually those sort of covers that you can cover in order to be able to sleep, in order to sync myself with a new time frame where I'm going. So I do all that to make sure, and I avoid eating until I get to the destination. It's crappy food on planes anyway. Anyway, guys, I'm a New Zealander. Doesn't bother me. Happy Australia Day to the Aussies. Thanks, Richard. And woo-ah, happy Australia Day, Harry. But is it okay to say this? Some people say it's Invasion Day. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Some do say that. That's true. But invasion didn't actually happen on the day. It actually happened much later on. It was, Captain Cook didn't undertake an invasion. He undertook, you could say, he took possession of the continent on behalf of the Crown. He was on a secret mission. One was to basically see the solar eclipses. So he had to go to a certain place in the South Pacific to basically make the measurements. So he was doing some scientific work as well. And then he had a secret mission. Once he actually sailed towards New Zealand, he basically had a secret mission that only he knew, and his first mate. So he actually pulled it out, the document, read it, and he was instructed to keep on going west until he finds the Southern Land, as it was called. Yes, so he was on a secret mission. And then he found the Southern Land and then moved up to the coast and then got back at a later stage. But in that way, he was able to find. So he did land there. There was a bit of an incident, but in the end of the day, he declared the place his own, or on behalf of the Crown, which was, at the time, people say it was presumptuous of him, Captain Cook. He did meet an awful end in the end. I think he was killed in Hawaii by natives there. I think there was a bit of cannibalism involved after that as well, but we won't go into that to upset some of the North American crowd. Yeah, so pretty much the invasion happened much later on after the Crown had taken possession and declared it its colony. And so not on that day did it happen. At the time, you could say an illegal possession happened on that day. In a sense, yes, one's possession against another's, claim of ownership. Yes, it's a bit like that. The rest is history now. Obviously, Captain Cook, the colonial powers at the time were colonizing different parts of the world. The rest is, at the end of the day, populations now have moved into certain areas, intermixed in certain ways, created new societies. It is what it is in that regard. Whether people, Australians are pretty easy like this. As long as we're getting a public holiday, I don't really care if they change the date or not, as long as they're getting it. But I don't see a reason to change it either. It's not as if, I think, to be personally and all that. I can understand why some people in the Aboriginal communities, I do have, I do know a number of Aborigines. My brother, Sean, also was like when he was in Darwin, he had a very close friend who works in the mining industry who's Aboriginal. I've met him as well. I won't, mention his name since you don't do that for people that are not, I'll do it with my sisters and all that. It's different. But so there's, he doesn't have that opinion in that sense. And some others have different opinions within that community. And so I'm not going to say that I'm going to talk for all the community because they have differing opinions like the rest of the community. And, as one older gentleman said, that what he wishes is that we walk together into the future rather than divided, that we walk united into the futures as a people. And I think those are wise words. I think creating undemocratic institutions like the current government's trying to do is not a good idea either. Creating a body that potentially has the ability where veto powers of a smaller group over certain things, that can be problematic as well. So this is what the woke agenda is pushing. But on the other hand, I think there should be an advisory body. I think Aboriginal affairs should be dismantled the way it is. I think it's a problem. It seems to basically do more harm than good, that bureaucracy. And what should be created is within their own communities, they should create an advisory body and a certain bureaucracy that's funded for themselves to be able to manage their communities. And by doing that self-management, when you incentivize people to do things for themselves, they usually do a better job because they've got an interest. It's no longer, it's their responsibility. When you make people responsible for their own future, they do much better. And so that's how, by giving power back to those communities and getting them to do their own stuff, one, it shows respect for those people, but also incentivizes them not to be welfare recipients, but to actually stand up and actually build their communities. And there are some people, Noel Pearce and a number of others, that basically that's what they want for their communities. And they're right. It's the woke people. It's usually white woke people that are pushing an agenda because they want to have a meal ticket from the natives, the Aboriginal people here, the indigenous population. They get a meal ticket from them, and also they use them politically. Like in America, people are used politically for the same reason, So it's not a good thing. It doesn't help anyone. And there's been, Noel Pearce and a number of others that have done really good work in their community. And those communities that have lifted themselves away from the welfare state and actually done a lot of things to develop their own local industries and things like that, those communities have got less problems in them and are prospering. So, if you take away people's, you disempower them, what happens is, and the welfare recipients, they become lazy, useless, and antisocial. and then they go around writing and killing and destroying like they do in America, the US, that is. So responsible citizens become by, there's too much concentration at the center sometimes, I find, in politics, and these woke politicians at the center, they know best. They can tell you how to live your life. No, they can't. That's why even it's not only the general community that gets badly serviced from a powerful elite at the center, but also these sort of groups in society that can potentially get marginalized even further. So yeah, there is a certain level of historical discrimination and a certain level of historic injustice. That's true. But it's not going to be solved by becoming all woke and screaming about it and all that. Come up with solutions, and those solutions is to help incentivize and rebuild those communities where you empower them and they're actually able to work those communities. And when you do that, you actually get somewhere. And where they've done it around the world, where they've empowered local communities, what happens? They get transformed. When it's your home and you're responsible for it, you start taking care of it. If it's not your home, you don't really care as much. It's human nature. You got to work with human nature. You can't work, they're humans like us. So if you're not working with human nature and you're treating them differently, it's not going to work out. And that's one of the big problems in the modern sort of world is, and it's all, they want it like that, because for the elites, it means better control and divide and rule between communities. So, yeah. Anyway, we are out of here. Sorry, I couldn't answer everybody's question in that regard. And health tech, there is information on Bart K's Odyssey channel. He does have the 5G stuff that I did there on that one, and a few other things that I've done, older stuff. So you can go and check that out and get some of that information. And there's Sue as well. G'day. Cooking eggs denatures. Well, Sue, it's not exactly like that. Denaturing of proteins happens by when proteins, and luckily it does happen, without denaturing of proteins that we eat into amino acids, you know what would happen? We'd have a lot of foreign proteins creating a lot of immunoreaction in our bodies. So denature of proteins, foreign proteins, is a good thing. So if we can cook them and accelerate the denaturing, even better. And that's what cooking does. So it helps, so that's a good thing. When it comes to avidine and all that, yeah, that's nonsense. Even raw stuff, you only get 27% is bound because there's so much additional biotin in the actual yolk. So as long as you're not having whites, but you're having a whole egg, there's enough biotin that only 27% gets bound. There's a formula. I haven't done the video yet, but yeah, it's for another day, that explains the formulation of how much gets bound. Yeah. So, and if people want to search it, they can search textbooks of, there are actual textbooks, which there's, what do they call them? I forget the English name. In Greek, it's called Ioponos. And it's basically somebody that specializes in agricultural science. It's a sort of an agricultural scientist in a sense. And those people do all the information and have created these formulas of how much gets bound and stuff like that. So, yeah, anyway. So, yeah, it's, don't worry. Yeah. And thankfully, if we didn't denature our proteins, we wouldn't end up with amino acids. Then we can use our own machinery to transcript via our DNA, transcript new protein structures and proteins to basically build our bodies and heal our bodies and do all sorts of things in our bodies. So yeah, that's really how it works. Denaturing is a good thing. Without it, we would not be able to access the amino acids to build anything in our body. So very important. Anyone, see yous all. Take care. Have a nice Australia Day for the Aussies on this channel today. You know, and knock a few cold ones back as well. See yous.
Stay well, everyone.